I never thought I'd say this, but being alone in the woods isn't peaceful anymore. It's something I used to chase. The quiet, the stillness, the chance to breathe without traffic noise or glowing screens. I used to love the sound of leaves crunching under my boots and the sight of my breath rising in cold air. That kind of silence feels different now. After what happened in that cabin last November, silence feels like a warning. It started with a simple idea: take a break. That was it. I'd been working nonstop since May, barely leaving my apartment. I did graphic design and freelance photography, which meant I spent hours squinting at screens and editing for clients who didn't care whether I slept or not, as long as they got their files by deadline. By early November, I was drained. I told myself I needed a break before I burned out completely. I went online and searched for cabins in the northern woods of the country. I didn't want something too remote, but I also didn't want a family resort or anything crowded. I found a place that seemed perfect, an old hunting cabin someone had renovated and was renting out for cheap. It was far out in the forest, a little northeast of a town called Pine Vale, which I'd never heard of before. The listing made it sound great. Wood stove, full kitchen, running water, electricity from a small solar setup, and ample solitude. It was available for the exact week I needed. I booked it. The drive up was long. I left my apartment before sunrise and headed north in my Subaru, the back packed with groceries, gear, and my camera stuff. By noon, the roads got narrower and emptier. I passed through a few small towns, the kind where the gas stations have one pump and a grumpy clerk who doesn't talk unless they have to. Somewhere around 3 p.m., I hit the last paved road, and after that it was gravel for at least another 40 minutes. I followed the directions the owner had emailed me, left at the rusted mailbox, right at the fallen birch tree, straight until the big flat rock. Eventually, I found it. The cabin sat about 200 yards from a small frozen lake, surrounded by bare trees. It was small but solid-looking, all weathered pine boards and a green steel roof. There was a little deck out front, a fire ring made of rocks, and a narrow path leading to the lake. Behind the cabin was a patch of woods that stretched into the hills. I parked, got out, and stood there for a few minutes, breathing it in. The air was cold and clean. Everything was still, except for the occasional creak of branches in the wind. There was no cell service, which I expected. I hadn't seen another car or person since the last junction. I thought it was perfect. Inside, the place was warmer than I expected. The owner must have left the wood stove going for me. The floor was made of old boards, dark and uneven, but the place was clean. A small kitchen in one corner had a propane stove and fridge. There was a little table with 2 chairs, a couch facing the wood stove, and a short hallway leading to a bedroom and bathroom. Everything was basic but enough. I unpacked, brought in firewood from the stack out back, and got settled. That first night was peaceful. I made pasta, read a book, and slept early. The wind picked up around midnight, and a few times I woke up to tree branches scraping the roof, but I didn't think much of it. The cabin felt sturdy. The bed was comfortable, and the silence was thick and calming. The next morning, I made coffee and walked down to the lake with my camera. Ice had started to form at the edges, thin and crackled, and the reflection of the trees on the water was perfect. I spent hours taking photos, hiking the woods behind the cabin, and just breathing. The quiet out there was something else. It felt like being unplugged from everything. That afternoon, I noticed something weird. When I came back to the cabin after a walk, the door was ajar. Not wide open, just maybe 2 inches open. I was sure I'd closed it. I remembered pulling it shut and flipping the latch. I stood on the porch for a second, staring at the crack between the door and the frame. Then I pushed it open slowly. Inside, everything looked the same. Nothing was moved. Nothing was missing. I checked my bags. I checked the kitchen drawers. The fire had burned low, which made the place feel colder. I told myself I must have forgotten to pull the door all the way shut. Maybe the wind had pushed it open. I wasn't used to old wooden doors like that. Maybe the latch hadn't caught. That seemed believable enough. I didn't let it bother me, but that night, I made sure to pull the door hard, test the latch twice, and push a chair against it just in case. I wasn't scared. Not yet. Just being cautious. That's all. On the third day, things started to feel off. I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was just before dawn. That gray half-light where everything looks flat and empty. I sat up in bed and listened. It wasn't wind. It wasn't branches. It sounded like something stepping on leaves. I stayed still for a long time. The sound moved slowly, like someone walking around the cabin. I couldn't see anything from the bedroom window. After about a minute, it stopped. I got up quietly and walked into the main room. The fire was low, and the cold had crept in. I peeked out the front window, then the back. I didn't see anything. I stepped outside, barefoot, with my breath fogging in the cold. The woods were quiet again. I walked around the cabin, slow and careful. Nothing, just a few deer tracks near the tree line. Probably just that, I thought. A deer, maybe a raccoon or fox. Animals move at night. That's normal. But it didn't feel normal. That afternoon, I decided to hike deeper into the woods behind the cabin. I needed to clear my head. I took my camera and a small backpack with some water and snacks. I followed an old trail uphill, through the trees and patches of underbrush. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. Not even birds. I told myself it was just because it was November. A lot of animals had already started hibernating or migrated south. Still, I kept glancing over my shoulder. After maybe an hour, I reached a high ridge with a partial view of the lake and the woods below. I took a few photos, sat on a rock, and ate a granola bar. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another tree trunk, but something about the shape didn't sit right. Downhill, maybe 100 yards through the trees, I saw a figure, standing still, tall, bulky, wearing something dark. It wasn't moving, just standing, facing my direction, I think. I stared for a long time. I lifted my camera and zoomed in. When I looked through the lens, the figure was gone. I froze. I looked around again with my eyes, nothing. Just empty woods. But I swear, for those few seconds, I saw someone standing there. I wasn't sure what to think. Maybe it was just a tree, a trick of the light. I packed up fast and headed back to the cabin, walking quickly and glancing back every few steps. By the time I got back, the sun was already dipping behind the hills. I locked the door, bolted it, and closed the curtains. I didn't even make dinner. I sat by the fire with my flashlight and didn't move much for hours. The cabin creaked. Wind pushed against the walls, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I saw footprints, out back near the woodpile. Big prints from boots, deep and fresh, like someone had walked up to the back wall, then turned and left. I followed them about 15 feet before they vanished into the frozen leaves. Not animal prints, not mine. These were bigger. There was no reason anyone should be out here. I hadn't seen a soul since I left the last gas station. The road to the cabin was almost 4 miles of rutted dirt. You couldn't just walk in. There were no other cabins nearby. This place was supposed to be empty. That day, I stayed inside. I kept the fire going, kept checking the windows, and barely ate anything. I had a knife in my backpack, just a small folding one, and I started carrying it in my pocket. I kept the axe from the woodpile inside too. Every sound made me jump. I kept thinking, maybe it's a hunter, maybe someone got lost. But no one knocked. No one called out. No one showed their face. That night, I barely slept. The next day, I hiked back toward the ridge where I'd seen the figure, trying to prove to myself it was nothing. I didn't find anything. No prints. No sign of anyone. But when I got back, the cabin door was open again. This time, wide open. My bags had been moved. Not emptied. Not stolen. Just moved. Like someone had picked through them. One of the food containers was sitting on the floor. The firewood basket was knocked over. Nothing was missing, but it wasn't how I left it. I felt this heavy cold settle in my chest. Someone had been inside while I was gone. I checked everything, locked the door, closed the curtains, kept the axe with me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 a.m., I heard something, a scraping sound, like something dragging along the wall outside. Then the sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I sat there, frozen, gripping the axe with both hands. The footsteps. I needed a break from everything. Work had become this endless cycle of noise, pressure, and deadlines. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, and even on weekends, I could never really relax. I had this constant feeling like something was building up in my chest, like pressure in a bottle that might explode if I didn't open it soon. So I went online and started looking at remote cabins for rent. I didn't care about luxury. In fact, the more basic it looked, the better. I wanted quiet, isolation, and nothing to distract me. I found this listing for a cabin up in the mountains, far away from the city. The photos were grainy, but it looked clean enough. One room with stove, small kitchen, no Wi-Fi, no TV. It was exactly what I wanted. It was also really cheap, which I thought was just because it was out of season and so remote. I booked it for 6 nights. Just me, the trees, and my own thoughts. That was the plan. The drive up took almost 5 hours. The last stretch was a dirt road that went up into the forest, winding slowly until I reached a narrow clearing with the cabin sitting in the middle. It looked older than the photos. The wood was dark, weathered, and the roof had patches of moss on it. Still, it looked solid. I parked beside it and stretched my legs. The air was crisp, cool, and quiet. I couldn't hear a thing except birds and wind in the trees. It was everything I had hoped for. Inside, the cabin was simple. Wooden floorboards, a small bed against the wall, a fireplace in one corner, and a table with a couple of chairs. There was a little kitchenette with a propane stove and a small sink. No running water. I'd have to use the plastic jugs that were already filled and sitting on the counter. There was a composting toilet in a shed behind the cabin. No shower. I knew all that before booking. I didn't mind. I unpacked the food I had brought. Mostly canned stuff, granola, jerky, and a few bottles of water. I had a big cooler with ice blocks and some cold cuts, too. Enough for the week. I brought a book, a journal, a flashlight, a knife, and a headlamp. I also had my phone, but there was no signal, which I expected. That was part of the point. That first day passed slowly. I walked around the woods a little, got a fire going in the stove, ate some crackers and tuna, and went to bed early. I felt calm, more than I had in a long time. But that night, something woke me up. It was just after midnight. I remember because I checked my watch with the light from my headlamp. I wasn't sure what had made me open my eyes. I lay there in the dark for a while, just listening. Then I heard it crunching, the sound of footsteps on leaves. I lay completely still. The sound came from outside, near the trees. Slow, heavy steps. A pause. Then a few more steps. Then silence. My mind started racing. Could it be a deer? A bear? But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded bipedal. Human. I didn't move. I just listened. After maybe 2 minutes of complete silence, I reached slowly for the flashlight I had next to the bed and turned it on. Nothing inside. The windows were covered with old curtains, so I couldn't see out. I didn't want to open the door. I waited. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again, because I woke up and it was light outside. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe an animal after all. Maybe the wind had pushed some branches around. The forest makes noises at night. That's normal. I spent the second day hiking a short trail that led up behind the cabin. It was steep and overgrown in places, but I followed it up to a ridge where I could see out over the trees. Beautiful. No roads, no people, no sounds except nature. When I came back down, I noticed something odd. There were prints in the dirt near the side of the cabin. Big ones. Boot prints. They weren't mine. I had only walked behind the cabin to use the toilet, and I hadn't gone around that far. These prints looked fresh. I bent down and looked closer. They led to one of the side windows, the one next to the bed, and then away again toward the trees. I stood up and looked around. Nothing. The woods were still. The breeze moved through the branches. I didn't see anyone, but I started to feel a tightness in my stomach. I didn't want to admit it, but I was getting uneasy. That night, I kept the flashlight under the blanket with me. I stayed up late reading, but eventually I turned off the light and tried to sleep. I heard the footsteps again. They came after 1 a.m. this time. Same sound. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. They stopped directly outside the window again. I sat up quietly and grabbed the flashlight. I aimed it at the window but didn't turn it on. I waited. The footsteps didn't continue. They just stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, walked to the front door, and slowly opened it. The porch creaked. I stepped outside and shined the light toward the woods. Nothing. I circled the cabin with the flashlight, sweeping the beam through the trees. I didn't see anything. No eyes shining, no movement, no shape ducking behind a trunk. Nothing. I went back inside and locked the door again. I barely slept. The next morning, the same prints were there. Fresh. A different angle this time, but same spot. By the window. I tried to brush it off again, but I couldn't. Someone had been outside the cabin 2 nights in a row, walking around after midnight. Someone who wasn't supposed to be there. I had no cell signal, no phone line, no neighbors, no help. I thought about packing up and driving out, but I had already paid for 6 nights. I kept telling myself maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone lived nearby and was just curious. But that didn't explain the footsteps stopping right at my window 2 nights in a row. On the 4th day, I stayed close to the cabin. I walked around the perimeter and checked the trees for any kind of camera or equipment, but there was nothing. I went deeper into the woods and circled back around from behind to see if I could spot anything, but I never saw anyone. That night, I didn't go to sleep. I stayed up, sitting in a chair by the window with the flashlight off. I listened. At around 1:45 a.m., I heard it again, the slow, steady crunching of leaves. I could tell the direction back near the trees. Then silence. Then very faintly I heard breathing. Not mine. Outside. Very low and slow. I stood up and moved away from the window. I didn't want to be silhouetted. I crawled to the edge of the bed and waited, gripping the flashlight. Then I heard something new. A sound like fingernails tapping on glass. Very light, very slow. It was coming from the window. I didn't move. I just stayed there, heart pounding. The tapping lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then nothing. I waited over an hour before I even moved again. When I finally built up the courage, I turned the flashlight on and swung the door open, shining the beam out into the trees. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night at all. In the morning, I packed everything. I didn't care about the lost money. I couldn't stay another night. Something was wrong. As I was loading the cooler into the car, I noticed something carved into the side of the cabin. It hadn't been there before. For long scratches, like someone had dragged a blade through the wood. Not deep, but fresh. That was it. I got in the car and started driving. I didn't realize until I got 5 miles down the road that my gas was low. Much lower than it should have been. I had filled the tank before the trip. I hadn't driven anywhere since arriving. There was no reason it should have been below a quarter, unless someone had siphoned it. That thought hit me hard. I drove slow, praying I'd make it to the main road. The gas light came on just as I reached the junction, and I barely rolled into the small town 20 miles away before it died. I found a gas station and filled up, hands shaking. I told the guy at the counter about the cabin. He raised his eyebrows and asked where it was. I gave him the rough location. He just said, "That far out? Yeah, not a lot of folks go that way anymore." I didn't say more. When I got back to the city, I called the listing number to report what happened, but it was disconnected. The website I used was gone too, offline completely, like it had never existed. I looked up the cabin on satellite maps, but I couldn't even find it. There were a few similar clearings in the forest, but nothing matched. It was like it had been removed or hidden. A week later, I had new locks installed on my apartment. I started sleeping with a knife near the bed. Sometimes I thought I heard sounds outside my window again, but I was probably just paranoid. Probably. It's been months now, and I still don't know who that was out there. I don't know what they wanted. They didn't try to break in. They didn't hurt me. They just stood there, watched, got closer each night. And that was somehow worse, because they weren't trying to scare me. They weren't angry or loud. They were patient, calm, like they had done it before, like it was routine. And the scariest part is, if I hadn't left when I did, what would have happened on that 6th night? I still think about that every time I hear footsteps outside my apartment at night. I don't think I'll ever go back into the woods alone again. I had been needing a break for a long time. The city, the traffic, the noise, the constant people. It had all started to wear me down. My sleep was bad. I was getting headaches every day. I couldn't focus. I'd get off work and sit on the couch and just stare at the floor for an hour. I wasn't talking to anyone anymore. Everything felt fake and too fast. So I went online and searched for something remote. I didn't want anything fancy. I didn't care about internet or TV or any of that. I just wanted silence. I ended up booking a cabin in northern Idaho. It was 2 hours from the nearest town and right at the edge of a national forest. The ad said there were trails, lakes, and no neighbors for miles. That was all I needed. I booked it for 2 weeks. I drove out there on a Sunday morning. It was a long drive, mostly highway for the first few hours, then narrow roads winding through forests and hills. The last part was a dirt road that went on for nearly an hour. It was rough and full of rocks, and I kept checking to make sure I hadn't popped a tire. I didn't see a single other car once I got off the pavement. The cabin was small, made of weathered wood, with a metal roof that looked old but solid. It sat back in a clearing surrounded by trees that were tall and dense. The place looked abandoned at first glance, but it was clean inside. There was no electricity, but there was a gas stove, a wood-burning heater, and a small generator that powered a single light bulb in the kitchen. A hand-pumped well sat outside for water. There was one bedroom with a bed that was firm but decent. The windows had thick curtains, and there was a strong door that bolted from the inside. I liked that. I unpacked my food, canned stuff mostly oatmeal, rice, beans, pasta, and stacked it neatly in the kitchen cabinets. I brought a cooler with some perishable things and set it outside in the shade where the ground was cold. I had a flashlight, a few books, my journal, and a loaded revolver in my bag just in case. The first few days were calm. I hiked around, explored the trails, cooked simple meals, and read. The wind in the trees was constant, like a soft ocean. I slept deeply for the first time in months. Felt like the reset I'd needed. By the 4th day, I noticed small things that were a little off. At first, it was just the feeling that something was watching me when I hiked. That's a common thing, especially when you're alone in the woods. Your brain starts to play tricks on you when you're used to constant city noise and suddenly there's nothing but silence. Every snapped twig makes you jump. But it didn't stop. I kept looking over my shoulder. I never saw anything. No animals, no people. But sometimes I would find small branches that looked freshly broken, even when there hadn't been any wind. Once I saw boot prints in a muddy patch of trail. I thought maybe they were mine at first, but I looked closer. They were a different size. Too small to be mine. Too narrow. I'm a size 12. These looked more like an 8. The next day I stayed near the cabin. I felt like I was being paranoid, but something about the forest didn't feel the same. Felt tense. I kept hearing short, sharp sounds, not animals, like small rocks clicking together or short whistles that stopped the second I turned my head. I started checking the cabin more thoroughly. I don't know why. I just felt like I should. I looked under the bed, behind the curtains, even under the cabin itself by laying flat on the ground with a flashlight. Nothing. Everything was still in place. But that night I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up thinking I'd heard footsteps on the wooden porch, but every time I got up and looked through the peephole, there was nothing there. On the 7th day, I was hiking near a stream a few miles from the cabin when I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a trail camera tied to a tree, half covered in moss and leaves. It was the kind hunters use, a motion-triggered camera with infrared. I walked up and looked closer. The strap was weathered, but the battery light on the side was blinking red. It was still working. I hadn't seen anything about cameras in the cabin listing, and this was deep off the trail, not a place someone would accidentally stumble across. Out of curiosity, I opened the latch and took out the memory card. It was old and grimy but intact. I didn't have a laptop with me, but I figured I'd try and see what was on it when I got back home. When I returned to the cabin that evening, I found something else. A stack of small rocks near the front porch. They hadn't been there when I left that morning. 5 stones stacked perfectly. I didn't touch them. I just stood there staring. My stomach felt tight. The sun was already going down and the trees cast long shadows that reached across the clearing. I didn't eat that night. I locked the door, shut all the curtains, and sat in the chair with my revolver in my lap. I stayed like that until sunrise. I thought about driving out the next day. I even packed some of my food, but I didn't leave. Something in me said to wait. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that it was all in my head. The next morning, I went for a short hike but didn't go far. I checked the edge of the forest near the cabin. That's when I saw the second camera. This one was tied to a branch, aimed directly at the cabin. It had fresh straps. It looked newer than the first. And this time, I saw boot prints in the dirt right below it. The same small size as before. They led toward the trees and then vanished. I yanked the camera down and took it back inside. I removed the SD card and stuck it in my bag next to the first one. I started to feel sick. My mouth was dry, and I kept checking the windows. I didn't go outside the rest of that day. That night, I turned off the generator and sat in total darkness. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, gun still in hand. The trees outside moved slightly in the breeze. I kept listening. Hours passed. I heard what sounded like breathing at the window once, but I didn't get up. At dawn, I finally fell asleep on the floor, and I woke up shivering and stiff. I opened the door to get wood for the stove and found that the stack of stones had been knocked over. In its place was a small piece of torn flannel. It looked like it had been cut from a shirt. The edges were dirty, faded blue and black. I didn't recognize it. That's when I made the decision to leave. I packed everything quickly. I didn't clean up. I left the cabin just as it was. I drove fast down the dirt road, checking the rearview mirror constantly. I kept the gun on the seat next to me. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. Then I drove another hour before I pulled into a gas station and finally took a breath. I bought coffee and stood in the sun, shaking. The people there looked normal, felt like a different world. When I got home, I plugged in the first memory card. Took a while for the computer to read it. Most of the footage was deer, squirrels, trees moving in the wind. Then I found a clip dated 3 days before I'd found the camera. It showed me I was hiking past the stream. The camera had caught me walking by, head down, hands in my pockets. I paused at the water, looked around, then kept walking. But the part that made me freeze was what came after. About 30 seconds after I walked out of frame, someone else appeared. A man. He was wearing camouflage and a baseball cap pulled low. He was crouched behind a tree. He didn't move. He just watched the spot where I'd gone. Then, slowly, he turned toward the camera. For a second, I thought he was staring right at it. Then the clip ended. I opened the second card from the newer camera. This one had clearer footage. It had been positioned to face the cabin directly. Most of the clips were of the porch, leaves blowing, birds landing. But then there was one from 2 nights before I left. It showed a man standing at the edge of the clearing, near the trees. He was just standing there, watching the cabin, watching me. I had been inside at that time. Lights on. No idea he was there. He didn't move. The clip lasted 30 seconds. Then he stepped back into the trees and vanished. I sat there for a long time, staring at the screen. My hands were cold. My neck felt tight. I felt like I was going to throw up. I gave the footage to the police. I didn't know what else to do. They asked me a few questions, took my statement, but I never heard anything back. No one was arrested. No explanation was ever given. They said maybe it was a hunter, maybe just someone passing through, but they didn't sound like they believed it. I know what I saw. I moved apartments after that. I stopped going into the woods. I started checking every window at night and locking every door twice. Sometimes I still wake up and swear I hear something outside, even in the city. It's been over a year. I haven't been back to the forest. I never will. Some people go into the wild to find peace. I went to find silence. What I found was something else entirely. Something that was watching me the whole time. It started like any other quiet break from the world. I had taken 2 weeks off from work, and I didn't want to spend it in the city or near people. I just wanted to disconnect from everything. I'd been feeling drained and tired for months. I was waking up with headaches, going to sleep with tension in my jaw, and the screen at my desk was giving me this dull, deep ache behind my eyes. I needed a place where I could just rest, breathe, and maybe cook some meals without the sound of traffic or the feeling of a clock ticking in the back of my mind. A friend had once told me about this old cabin deep in the forest about 4 hours from where I lived. It wasn't fancy or modern. No running water, no electricity, no phone signal. Just a roof over your head, a wood stove, and a dry outhouse about 30 feet away. It belonged to an older man who rented it out for cheap. You could pay him in cash, and he gave you the key and directions scribbled on a stained map that looked like it had been folded and unfolded 100 times. I followed the directions carefully. After the paved road ended, I drove along a dirt track that got rougher with every mile. The trees were dense, thick with green, and the light from the sky got dimmer the deeper I went. There were no signs, no markers, just turns that matched the hand-drawn curves on the map. It took a lot of faith to believe I was heading the right way. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw the roof of the cabin between the trees. It looked like something built 50 or 60 years ago, old but solid. The wood was dark and weathered, and moss had grown along the edges of the roof. A small stone chimney poked out on the left side. There was a little porch in front with a broken rocking chair leaning against the railing. The door creaked when I opened it, but everything inside looked fine. Basic furniture, a table, a bed, a few shelves, a dusty rug, a stack of firewood in the corner, and a cast iron stove that would keep the cold away. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked some canned food, a lantern, matches, a small cooler with meat and eggs, and a bag of dry groceries. I swept the floor and opened the windows to air out the place. I walked around outside, checking out the forest and the paths. Everything was dead quiet. No cars, no people, no voices. Just whined through the trees and birds calling each other from far away. At night, it got colder than I expected. I had to light the stove, and it took me some tries to get it going, but I eventually managed. The warmth it gave off was deep and comforting. I sat in the wooden chair by the window with a blanket and just listened to the fire crackling. I felt more relaxed than I had in months, but the second night, I noticed something that made me feel strange. I had taken a long walk earlier that day, maybe 2 or 3 miles out. I was trying to see how far the trail went. I had no GPS or cell service, just the sun and the trees to keep me oriented. At one point, I thought I heard something moving behind me. It didn't sound like an animal. It was slower, heavier, like footsteps. When I turned around, I didn't see anything. I stood there for a minute, scanning the woods, but nothing moved. Eventually, I told myself it was my imagination and walked back to the cabin. But it stayed in my mind longer than I wanted it to. That night, after I had eaten and cleaned up, I stepped out onto the porch. The stars were out, and it was so quiet I could hear the faint rustle of branches high above. That was when I noticed the chair, the broken rocking chair. It was in a different position than it had been when I arrived. It was facing away from the door now, turned slightly to the left, like someone had sat in it and looked out into the woods. I stared at it for a while. I tried to remember if maybe I had moved it myself earlier, but I knew I hadn't. I hadn't touched it at all. I didn't like how it was facing now, so I nudged it back toward the door, then went inside. The next morning, I noticed tracks. Not animal tracks. These were boot prints. They were in the dirt along the side of the cabin, near the back window. I stared at them for a long time. I hadn't walked that way. I hadn't even gone behind the cabin yet. The prints weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. They led into the forest and disappeared after a few yards. That day, I felt uneasy. I walked around the area, checking for any other signs that someone had been there. I didn't find any, but I started locking the door when I went out to use the outhouse, even though it felt kind of pointless. There was nothing valuable in the cabin, and anyone could just break the window if they wanted to. Still, it made me feel a bit more in control. At night, the noises started. At first, it was just small sounds. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but they were too close to the cabin. Once, I thought I heard something brush up against the wall. I sat up in bed, holding my breath, listening so hard my ears started ringing. But it didn't happen again. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin again. The boot prints were back, this time on the other side. And now there were two sets. Both led in and out of the woods at different angles. I stared at them for a long time. I even took a stick and measured one of the prints. It was bigger than my foot, longer and wider. Whoever it was, they had been close, watching, maybe even while I slept. I wanted to leave. I thought about packing up and driving away, but something kept me there. I told myself it was probably just some hiker, or maybe a hunter who lived nearby. Maybe they used the trail that passed by the cabin. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But deep down, I knew something was off. Something didn't feel right. The way the chair moved, the way the prints changed sides, the sounds. It felt like someone was trying to get closer slowly, without me noticing. I stayed inside most of that day. I kept the fire going, made some food, read a few pages from a book I brought, but I kept checking the window, over and over, just watching the trees. Every time the wind moved the branches, I jumped a little. I could feel my nerves stretching thin. My heartbeat stayed high, even when I wasn't doing anything. I started hearing things that weren't there. I'd hear a crack outside and rush to the window only to see nothing. Just shadows and trees and wind. On the fifth night, everything came to a head. I went to sleep around 10 p.m., exhausted but still wired. I locked the door, bolted it, and even dragged the small table in front of it. It was stupid, but I needed to feel like I had a barrier. I left the fire low, just enough to keep the place from getting freezing. I got under the covers and tried to breathe slow to calm down, but I never really fell asleep. I drifted in and out of light rest, constantly waking up to check the windows. At one point, I opened my eyes and saw something outside. It was just a shape, a dark figure standing near the tree line. I stared at it for a long time, thinking maybe I was imagining it, but it didn't move. It was just standing there, still, watching. I didn't know how long it had been there. I just kept watching it, barely breathing. After a few minutes, it stepped backward into the darkness and vanished. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I made the decision to leave. I packed my things fast, barely ate anything, and loaded up the car. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't even try to start, just silence. I popped the hood and checked the battery connections. Nothing looked out of place. I got inside again and tried again. Still nothing. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, realizing I was stuck. I didn't have cell service. The nearest town was probably 20 miles away. I had two options: wait and hope someone passed by, which I knew they wouldn't, or walk back along the trail and try to find help. I filled my backpack with water, a flashlight, a knife, and some food. I left a note on the cabin door saying I had gone to find help, just in case. I locked the door behind me out of habit and started walking. I didn't even make it half a mile. The trail had been messed with. I don't know how to explain it, but the normal landmarks, the big rock, the fork in the path, the fallen tree I used to judge direction, they were gone or moved. I kept walking, but the trail didn't lead where it should have. Twisted in the wrong direction, bent around places that didn't feel right. I was going in circles. I tried to go off trail and cut through, but the forest was too dense. I was sweating, my legs scratched, and I couldn't tell if it was morning or noon anymore. The light in the trees didn't help. It just made everything more confusing. Eventually, I found my way back to the cabin. I didn't want to be there, but I had no choice. I went back inside, locked the door again, and sat down by the fire. I stayed like that for hours. I didn't even try to do anything. I just sat and waited for it to get dark again. That night was the worst. The sounds started around midnight, not just twigs snapping or leaves rustling. These were footsteps, slow, careful footsteps around the cabin. I heard them crunch the dirt, pause, then move again. Sometimes 2 steps, sometimes 5, then silence. I had spent the last few months buried under spreadsheets, deadlines, and the low hum of fluorescent office lights. My boss's voice had started to blend into the air conditioner. I wasn't sleeping right, eating worse, and most nights, I didn't feel like I existed outside of a screen. So when my cousin mentioned he knew someone renting out a small cabin up north for cheap, no neighbors, no Wi-Fi, just trees and silence, I jumped at the chance. It was late October when I drove up. The roads turned narrow and cracked the further I got from the main towns. Leaves had started falling off the trees, painting the edges of the road in oranges, browns, and dark reds. The rental was a one-room cabin by a lake, no more than an hour from the Canadian border. The kind of place where radio stations cut out completely and the only thing you hear is wind through pine trees and birds calling from somewhere you can't see. The directions were printed out because the GPS cut off about 30 miles from the cabin. There were no road signs, just turns onto dirt paths that looked like animal trails. By the time I found the place, my car was coated in dried mud, and my neck hurt from leaning forward to read the paper directions under the dashboard light. The cabin sat about 40 yards from the lake. It was small and square, with an old wood stove sticking out of the roof and windows dark from the outside. The lake was flat and gray, like metal, and there was no dock, no boat, just trees crowding up close behind the house and a clearing that looked like it had been cleared by hand a long time ago. There was no phone signal, not even a bar. That first night, I didn't do much. I unloaded the car groceries, canned food, bottled water, a cooler with a few packs of meat and fruit, some books, my sleeping bag, a few tools and some clothes, and then I built a fire inside the wood stove, boiled water for instant coffee, and sat on the wooden porch until the sun disappeared behind the trees. It got cold quickly, the kind of cold that wraps around your fingers and sticks to your skin. The stove did a decent job keeping the inside warm, and I climbed into my sleeping bag with a flashlight and a paperback book, letting the silence take over. It was the first time in months I'd slept more than 6 hours. The next few days were uneventful in a good way. I went for walks along the edge of the lake, picked up broken branches for the fire, made eggs and spam for breakfast, and sat outside for hours doing nothing at all. The trees swayed with the wind and the lake lapped gently against the shore. I didn't see another person. I didn't hear a single engine. There were animal tracks in the mud sometimes, mostly deer or squirrels, but no sign of anything large. On the fourth night, something changed. I had gone to bed early. It was dark outside by 6:30, and the wind had picked up sharply. The branches scratched against the roof, and the cabin creaked like an old boat. I was used to the sounds by then, so I fell asleep fast. But I woke up again just after midnight, though I didn't know the time yet. My body just knew something was off. The first thing I noticed was that the stove had burned out completely, which was strange because I had loaded it heavily before bed. I remember clearly pushing in a thick log and watching the flames grow high. But now, the air inside the cabin was freezing, and the stove looked like it hadn't been lit in days. Then I noticed the smell. It wasn't smoke or rot. It was just off, like wet cloth or rusted metal mixed with earth. A sharp, sour edge hung in the air, and it seemed to grow stronger the more awake I became. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, sweeping the beam slowly across the cabin. Nothing looked touched. The door was still latched from the inside. The windows were closed. My food was untouched, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I checked the stove, opened the small door, and sure enough, the logs were black but cold, not even warm to the touch. I stood there for a minute, holding the flashlight in one hand and my pocket knife in the other, just listening. Outside, the wind had stopped. No branches moved. No leaves rustled. It was dead silent. I told myself I was overthinking, maybe dreaming half awake. I stayed up for an hour, then finally climbed back into my bag and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I went outside and walked the perimeter of the cabin. That was when I found the footprints. There were 2 clear prints in the mud, about 10 feet from the back of the cabin. Heavy, boot-shaped, not animal. The heel of one print was deeper than the other, like whoever made it had stood still, putting more weight on one leg. They weren't mine. I hadn't been behind the cabin since arriving. There weren't any prints leading to or from them, just those 2, like someone had appeared, stood there, then vanished. I looked around for more, but the ground was mostly dry or covered in leaves. I tried to tell myself they could have been old, but the soil was still soft from recent rain. These were fresh. That was the first time I thought seriously about leaving. But I didn't. Not yet. Instead, I spent the day splitting firewood, gathering rocks for a circle around the fire pit, trying to keep myself busy. I kept checking my phone even though I knew there was no signal. Just watching the no service letters at the top of the screen felt like a tether. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed inside, stove burning strong, flashlight beside me, knife in my sleeping bag. I listened to the wind until I realized there wasn't any. Again, around 2 a.m., I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a light crunch, like a foot pressing slowly on dry leaves. Then another, then silence. I sat up and pointed the flashlight toward the window, but the beam just reflected off the glass. I didn't see anything. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 30 minutes. Then came a tapping. 3 soft taps against the back window, not the side facing the lake. The back one, the one nobody should be near, the one I found the footprints behind. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The taps didn't come again. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. I only moved when the light started to leak through the trees at dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I walked around back again. There were more prints this time. Still no path, no start or end. Just boot prints near the window, toes pointed toward the cabin. That was the day I made the decision to leave. I packed everything I could in a rush, stuffing food, clothes, and gear into the trunk of my car. But when I turned the key, the engine didn't start. Nothing. Not even a click. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine. Battery cables tight. Oil level okay. Nothing obvious. I tried again. Still nothing. I stood there in the cold, trying to make sense of it. The car had been working fine for days. I hadn't touched anything under the hood. There was no reason for it to suddenly die. I walked back to the cabin, heart pounding in my ears. I stayed inside with the door locked and pushed a chair under the handle. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire going constantly and sat near the window with the flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. 3:18 a.m., I heard the tapping again, this time on the front door. For slow, deliberate taps. I didn't answer. I didn't move. Then came the sound of footsteps walking slowly around the cabin. Pause. Then taps at the side window. Then the back. They knew where all the windows were. It went on like that for over an hour. Taps, footsteps, silence. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run outside and just end it. But I didn't. I waited. When morning came, I opened the door with the knife drawn and looked around. There were fresh prints again. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. They weren't just boots. They were work boots. Same tread, deep ridges, same size. Whoever it was had been coming every night. Same person, same pattern. And they knew I was alone. The next 2 days were a blur. I ate barely anything. I drank only when I had to. The car still wouldn't start. I tried disconnecting the battery, waiting, reconnecting. Nothing. On the second day, I tried hiking back to the last main road I remembered. I packed a bag, wore my thickest jacket, and started out early. But the woods up there were thick, and the path disappeared fast. The trees looked the same in every direction. I couldn't even see the sun clearly through the clouds. By midday, I was turned around. Every tree looked like the last. I marked one with my knife, walked for 20 minutes, and found myself standing in front of the same tree. I went back to the cabin before dark, shaken and exhausted. My hands were numb. My legs ached. That night, I didn't hear tapping. I heard the door handle jiggle, just once. Then footsteps walking away. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I watched the door until sunrise. When morning came, I found something on the porch. A single cigarette butt, still warm, still smoking slightly. Someone had been sitting there not more than 5 minutes before I opened the door. I hadn't heard a thing. No car, no voices, just silence. I stayed inside all day. By that point, I was living minute to minute. I checked the car again. Still dead. I thought I had been planning the trip for a while. Work had been draining me for months, and I needed to disconnect. I didn't want to check my phone, I didn't want to see any buildings, and I didn't want to hear traffic or people. I wanted silence, trees, and nothing else. So I booked a small cabin about 4 hours from where I lived, way up north, just outside a town called Miller's Point. The place was surrounded by forest and sat just below a steep, rocky ridge that overlooked the trees for miles. It wasn't a fancy cabin, just a wooden box with one bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen that had a wood-burning stove. No TV, no internet, no cell signal. I drove up on a Thursday morning in early October. The leaves had started changing, and the deeper I went into the forest, the redder and brighter everything looked. The road turned to gravel after a while, then to packed dirt. Eventually, I stopped seeing other cars. I kept driving deeper and deeper until the GPS said I had arrived, and when I looked out my window, there it was, the cabin, just like in the pictures. Simple, dark wood. One small window in the front. The ridge behind it rose up like a wall, covered in brush and trees. The whole area felt still. It was beautiful, but it also made me feel like I was being swallowed by the land around me. I didn't think much of that feeling at the time. I thought it was just my mind adjusting to the silence. I got out, unlocked the cabin with the key the owner left under a rock, and started bringing in my bags. I had packed light, just food, clothes, a first aid kit, and my journal. I had no plans except to eat, sleep, walk in the woods, and maybe do some writing. I set up everything inside, then stepped out to sit on the little wooden porch. I looked at the ridge behind the cabin. It wasn't straight up, but it was steep. I could see where the rocks poked out between the trees, and I noticed a faint path that wound upward toward the top. It looked like an old trail, barely there anymore. The whole place had a stillness that felt too thick sometimes. It was like time didn't move in that spot. The first night passed quietly. I read a book by lantern light and fell asleep to the sound of wind moving through the trees. No problems. But on the second day, something small happened that put a pit in my stomach. I was out behind the cabin, collecting firewood, when I noticed footprints in the dirt near the base of the ridge. At first I thought they were mine, but the size didn't match. These were bigger than mine and flatter, like the person had heavier boots. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. I followed them for a few yards before they vanished into leaves and pine needles. I told myself maybe the owner had walked around back there recently. Maybe a hunter had passed through. There was no real reason to worry. Still, I found myself glancing up the ridge a few times, like someone might be up there watching. That night, I locked the door and pushed a small table in front of it. I knew it was probably stupid, but I felt safer that way. I told myself I was just adjusting to the solitude. That was the first night I started having trouble sleeping. Every sound made me twitch. I kept hearing leaves rustle outside, and once or twice what sounded like soft thumps near the walls of the cabin. But I never saw anything when I looked. I stayed inside all the next morning. I made coffee and sat at the window just watching. The forest didn't move much. It felt like everything around me was holding its breath. In the afternoon, I decided to hike up the ridge. I had hiking boots and decent balance, and I figured the view from the top would be worth it. I packed water and started up the faint path I had seen before. It took a while. The ridge was steeper than I thought, and I had to use my hands in some spots. The air got thinner, and the trees thinned out too. After about 30 minutes of climbing, I reached a flat area near the top where the land leveled out for a bit. From there, I could see down across the trees all the way to where the dirt road cut through the forest in the distance. It was beautiful, like looking out from a watchtower. But then I saw something that froze me. Across the clearing, maybe 30 feet from where I stood, there was a little patch of ground that looked flattened and worn down, like someone had been standing there over and over. I walked closer and saw small broken twigs and boot prints in the dirt. And when I looked down the slope from that spot, I saw the cabin. Perfect line of sight. That patch of ground had a direct view of the back of my cabin. Someone had been standing there, possibly for hours, maybe for days, watching from above. I stood there, not moving, just staring at that little flattened area. Then I looked around the trees behind me. I saw nothing. I listened, but all I could hear was wind and distant birds. Still, I got the coldest feeling in my chest. I didn't run, but I walked fast back down the ridge. I kept turning around every few seconds. I didn't see anyone following me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched the whole way down. When I got back to the cabin, I closed the curtains and locked everything. I even moved a chair against the back door. I made food, but I couldn't eat. I sat by the front window with a flashlight and stared out into the dark. The forest didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like it was pressing in. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. It wasn't loud, just a soft shift, like weight moving across wood. My heart started pounding. The roof was low enough that someone could climb it from the slope behind the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it at the ceiling, but I couldn't see through it. Then I heard a faint scrape, then silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night, holding the flashlight like a weapon. The next morning, I checked the roof from the outside. I walked around the back and stood on a rock to get a better angle. There were boot prints on the lower part of the roof. Someone had definitely been up there. They weren't mine. I didn't even have boots with treads like that. I stared at those prints for a long time, then went back inside and packed my bag. I wanted to leave, but the problem was the car. It had rained a little the night before, and the dirt road had turned to mud. My car was parked on a slight slope, and when I tried to drive, the wheels just spun. I tried putting branches and rocks under the tires, but nothing worked. I was stuck. I had no signal on my phone, and the nearest town was miles away. I sat on the porch with my face in my hands. The sun was already dropping low. I didn't want to stay another night, but I had no choice. That night was the worst. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to a sound at the front of the cabin. It was a slow creak, like the wooden porch boards flexing under weight. Then I heard a soft tap on the window. I stayed completely still. My breathing got shallow. Another tap, then silence. I slowly reached for the flashlight. I aimed it at the window and turned it on. Nothing, just the reflection of the beam on the glass. I turned it off, waited. Then I heard something else. A soft scrape, like someone dragging a stick along the side of the cabin. Then footsteps around the corner. I stayed still. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just sat in the dark and listened. Eventually, the sounds stopped, but I didn't sleep. At dawn, I went outside. I walked around the cabin and looked for footprints. I found several. They were fresh, clear boot treads, circling the entire structure. Some led up the slope behind the cabin. I followed them with my eyes up to the ridge. I couldn't see anyone, but that same feeling was there. Heavy, tight. I stayed outside that whole morning, waiting for the sun to rise higher, for the road to dry. Around noon, I tried the car again. This time, I got traction. I floored it and felt the car jerk forward and catch. I didn't stop. I drove as fast as I could down the winding dirt road, spinning mud behind me. When I finally reached the town of Millers Point, I pulled into a gas station and sat in the car for almost 20 minutes before going inside. I didn't talk to anyone. I just got a drink, used the bathroom, and drove home. I never told the owner what happened. I didn't report anything. I just wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. Weeks later, I found myself looking up the satellite map of the ridge behind the cabin. I zoomed in and saw the slope, the trees, the faint outline of the trail. Then I noticed something further up, a small open spot on the ridge, maybe 15 yards behind where I had found the flattened ground. I zoomed in closer. There was something there, a small structure, maybe a shed, maybe a hunting blind. Couldn't tell. It was hidden under trees. I hadn't noticed it when I was up there. I don't know who was watching me. I don't know how long they had been doing it. I don't know if they were just curious or if they had worse intentions. But I do know this, the place where they had stood, watching me from the ridge. It wasn't new. That ground had been flattened long before I ever arrived. I bought the cabin without seeing it in person. That was my first mistake. I was browsing some property listings late one night, just scrolling through out of boredom. I wasn't even seriously thinking about buying anything, but the ad popped up and something about it pulled me in. Remote mountain cabin for sale, price to sell, perfect for off-grid living, it said. The pictures made it look peaceful, quiet, and simple. Wood panels, a little front porch, pine trees all around, and some rocky mountain slopes in the background. It looked old, but not too run down. The inside shots showed a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, and a bedroom that looked like it hadn't been touched since the 80s. There was no internet, no cell service, no neighbors, just isolation. I was tired of everything back home. Work, people, noise, pressure. It was all too much. The idea of getting away from everything, no calls, no emails, no social media, sounded perfect. So I wired the money after a few email exchanges with the seller. The price was weirdly low, but he said he needed to get rid of it fast. I didn't ask why. I should have. The directions were vague, but I found it after driving nearly 5 hours from the nearest town. The last 30 miles were all dirt roads, winding through thick forest, climbing higher and higher into the mountains. The path got narrow near the top, barely wide enough for my truck, and branches kept scraping against the sides as I drove. There were no signs, no other driveways, just trees and rocks and the sound of wind through the pines. The cabin sat on a small rise above a steep slope. Trees surrounded it on all sides, but there was a clearing just big enough to let in some sunlight. There was no power line. I knew that from the listing. It had an old generator in a shed out back and some propane tanks. No running water, just a pump and a big blue rain barrel. I knew what I was getting into, or at least I thought I did. I got out of the truck, stretched my legs, and took a slow look around. The air smelled like pine and damp leaves. The wind made that soft whispering sound through the trees that I've always liked. It was late afternoon, and the sun was dropping behind the ridge. Felt peaceful. Inside, the cabin was dusty and cold. I opened the windows to air it out, swept the floor, and cleaned out some cobwebs. Everything seemed in working order. The stove was old but solid. There were pots and pans, canned food left behind, old wool blankets in a chest at the foot of the bed. Whoever had lived here before hadn't cleaned out much. I even found a few notebooks in the drawer by the bed. I didn't read them. Not then. I was too tired. I lit a fire in the stove, cooked a can of soup on top, and unpacked some of my things. The wind outside picked up as the sun disappeared, and the trees creaked and swayed. By nightfall, it was pitch black outside. I walked to the front porch with a flashlight, but it didn't reach far. Just trees and the narrow trail that led back down the mountain. No sounds except the wind and a few distant animal calls. It was peaceful, but also a little unnerving. I went back inside and locked the door, even though I told myself there was no one for miles. That night, I didn't sleep much. The wind rattled the windows, and something thumped against the back wall once. Maybe a branch, maybe an animal. I lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, my ears straining for sounds. Around 3 in the morning, everything went quiet. No wind, no creaks, nothing. Just silence so thick I could hear my heartbeat. Then I heard a soft crunch outside. Just one, like someone stepping on dead leaves. I held my breath, listening. Nothing else. I told myself it was an animal and eventually drifted off. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. There was nothing out of place. No footprints, no marks, nothing. I chopped some wood, boiled water for coffee, and sat on the porch, staring out at the trees. For a while, I felt okay, like maybe I'd made the right decision. Over the next couple of days, I settled in. I explored the area a little, staying close to the cabin. There was a narrow game trail that ran past the back shed and led down to a small stream about a quarter mile away. I followed it a few times just to get my bearings. I saw some deer, a fox, and even a bear in the distance once. I kept a hunting knife on my belt, just in case. I didn't bring a gun. That was another mistake. On the 4th day, things started to feel off. It started with small things. I'd leave something one place, a flashlight, a can opener, and find it moved when I came back. I figured I was just forgetting. But then one night, I came back from gathering firewood and found the front door open. I was sure I'd locked it. The wind could have pushed it open, I told myself. but I started keeping a closer eye on things. That night, I set up a string with a few old tin cans I found in the shed, tying it across the path behind the cabin. If anything walked through, the cans would clink together. Just a simple warning. I didn't hear anything all night, but in the morning the string was snapped clean in half and the cans were scattered. That's when I started reading the notebooks. There were 5 of them, all handwritten. The first few pages were about daily stuff, fixing the roof, chopping wood, hunting. But later, the entries changed. The writing got shaky, rushed. The guy who lived here before me started talking about noises at night, about things moving around the cabin. He mentioned seeing someone in the trees, just glimpses, a figure standing still between the trunks, watching, then gone. He'd written that he found footprints around the cabin. Bare footprints. In winter, that didn't make sense. He said he stopped sleeping, started keeping a hatchet with him at all times. One entry said, "I think they're trying to make me leave." The last few pages were nearly unreadable. The last entry just said, "They come when it's silent." I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the fire going. I kept my flashlight beside me. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the door. Around midnight, I heard that same crunch of leaves again. Then another, closer. I turned off the lantern and listened. It got quiet again. Then I heard a soft scraping sound at the back of the cabin. Not an animal, not wind, something dragging lightly across the wall. Then tapping, slow, steady tapping. I grabbed the knife and crept toward the window. I didn't see anything at first, just the dark trees and the faint glow from the moon. Then I saw it, a shape just at the edge of the trees. It wasn't moving. It looked like a person, but I couldn't be sure. No flashlight, no sound, just standing there. I blinked, and it was gone. The next morning, I packed my things. I wanted to leave, but when I tried to start the truck, the battery was dead, completely drained. I opened the hood, no signs of damage, no loose cables, just dead. I checked the fuel line, nothing wrong, but it wouldn't start. I tried the generator, same thing, wouldn't turn over. I felt sick. I hiked down the trail a bit, hoping to get cell service. I kept my knife in hand the whole time, but after a few miles, nothing. No bars. I didn't know if I should keep going or head back. I was afraid of getting lost. I turned around. When I got back to the cabin, the front door was open again. I stood still for a long time. I listened. No sound. I walked up slowly, heart pounding. Inside, nothing looked disturbed, but I could smell something. A sharp, sour smell, like sweat and dirt and old blood. It was strongest near the bed. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat with my back to the wall, knife in hand, eyes fixed on the door. I kept every light I had turned on. The hours dragged. Around 2 a.m., the lights flickered, then went out. Everything was dark. I lit a candle and sat frozen, every muscle tight. I heard movement outside, soft footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. Then silence. The next morning, I found deep footprints in the mud outside the back window. Bare feet, long toes, human but wrong, too long. I followed them for a few feet, but they vanished into the rocks. That's when I decided I wasn't staying another night. I packed everything I could carry, filled my backpack, and started hiking. I didn't care how far the nearest town was. I just wanted off that mountain. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't eat. I just walked. The trail seemed longer than before. Every sound made me spin around. I kept thinking I was being followed, but I never saw anything. It took me all day and most of the night to reach the first paved road. A ranger found me the next morning, wandering the shoulder, covered in scratches and dirt. I told him I got lost, that my truck broke down. I didn't mention the notebooks or the footprints or the figure in the trees. I sold the cabin the next week. Dirt cheap, just like I bought it. I didn't care. I never found out who or what was up there with me. Maybe it was someone else who'd gone off-grid and lost their mind. Maybe someone never left that mountain. Maybe I'll never know, but I've never been back. The cabin wasn't mine. It belonged to my older brother, Daniel. He had bought it 3 years ago after a bonus from work. It was an old wooden cabin built in the late 60s, tucked away in a remote patch of woods in northern Minnesota. He barely used it, maybe once every few months for hunting trips or short winter getaways. He offered it to me for a break after I had gone through a bad few months. I was laid off from my job in March, then got into a small car accident in April, and then my girlfriend and I broke up in May. Everything felt like it was just falling apart. I didn't have the energy for people. I needed to be alone, away from the noise. So I packed a few bags, loaded up my truck, and drove 6 hours north. I didn't tell anyone else where I was going. I had no reason to. It was supposed to be just me and the trees. No phone calls, no responsibilities, just the quiet. The cabin sat in a clearing at the edge of a lake, about 50 yards from the water. The trees were thick all around it, mostly pine, and the gravel road that led to the place wasn't marked on any map. You had to know where it was to find it. There was a small generator in the back for electricity and a gas tank for heating. Inside, the cabin was simple. 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom, a wood stove, a kitchen with an old propane fridge, and a porch that overlooked the water. The air felt heavy with silence the moment I stepped out of my truck. You could hear every crack of a twig, every rustle of wind through the branches. It was so still it felt like even the trees were watching. But that was what I came for, the stillness. The first 2 days went by quietly. I unpacked, cleaned out a few mouse droppings in the corners, set up my food supplies, and sat on the porch for hours doing nothing. I didn't fish. I didn't hike. I barely even checked my phone. The signal was terrible anyway. I liked just sitting still and listening. But on the 3rd day, I noticed something strange. It started with a sound. Just after sundown, while I was washing a pot outside using the water pump behind the cabin, I heard footsteps in the forest. Not animals. These were slow, heavy, spaced evenly, like a person walking through dry leaves. I stopped what I was doing and listened. It was faint, maybe 50 or 60 feet away, and only lasted a few seconds. Then it stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but there was nothing else. I figured it might have been a deer or something. I went back inside and forgot about it. The next morning, I found the tracks. They were right behind the cabin. Big, wide boot prints, deep enough to show someone heavy had been walking there. They came from the trees, circled near the generator, and then turned back into the woods. They weren't mine. I had boots on too, but mine were smaller and had a different sole pattern. I checked just to be sure. These were different. I walked the trail they came from for about 20 yards into the woods, but it just ended near a downed tree. No sign of anyone, no tent, no campsite, just a short, quiet trail of footsteps that stopped in the middle of nowhere. I told myself maybe it was a hunter or someone passing by. Even though this land was private, some people didn't care. Still, it felt off. I had been up there 3 days and hadn't seen a single sign of another person. No cars, no boats, nothing. That night, I locked the door for the first time. The following day was cloudy. The lake was flat and gray, like glass. I spent most of the afternoon chopping wood, trying to take my mind off those footprints. I didn't want to get paranoid. I reminded myself over and over again that it could have been someone passing through before I arrived, maybe even days earlier. It didn't mean anything, but that night I heard the sound again. This time it was closer, much closer. It was around 2:30 a.m. I was in bed, awake for no reason, just staring at the ceiling when I heard the creaking of the porch steps. Slow, heavy, careful steps, like someone trying not to make a sound. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The cabin was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. Then I heard the faint click of the porch floorboards just outside the window. I lay there frozen. My sleeping bag was zipped up halfway, and I felt pinned under it, like a child hiding under a blanket. I stayed like that for maybe 10 full minutes, not moving an inch. Finally, I forced myself to sit up slowly and peeked out through the edge of the window. No one was there. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed until dawn, staring at the door, waiting to hear more sounds. But everything stayed quiet. In the morning, I walked outside. My boots crunched softly on the frosted grass. The lake was still and cold. I checked the porch. Dusty prints were there again. They weren't mine. They came up from the trail, walked across the porch once, and vanished, like the person turned around and walked off or jumped off the side. I walked the perimeter of the cabin slowly. My hands shook without me realizing. I kept looking into the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing. That was when I noticed something worse. Behind the cabin, right beneath the bedroom window, someone had carved something into the wooden wall. It wasn't words. It was a symbol, a triangle with a circle in the middle, scratched deep into the wood with a knife or something sharp. About the size of a dinner plate. The edges were ragged and uneven, and it looked fresh. The bark dust was still scattered beneath it. I hadn't seen it the day before. It hadn't been there. I felt a wave of cold go through my chest. I walked backward slowly, looking at it, then turned and went inside. I shut all the windows. I locked the door again. I didn't go out for the rest of the day. I kept the stove burning, kept the lights on. Every hour or so, I peeked through the curtains to check the porch, the trail, the tree line. Still no one. That night, it got worse. I had dragged a chair in front of the door and placed a kitchen knife beside my sleeping bag. I didn't care how paranoid it made me look. At some point, I must have fallen asleep without meaning to. I woke up again around 3 a.m., not from a sound, but from light. There was a flashlight beam moving across the window. Not the porch, the side window, the one that looked out over the woods. The light moved slowly from left to right, paused for a few seconds, then turned off. I held my breath and didn't move a muscle. I sat upright and listened. The flashlight never came back. I stayed in that same position for over an hour, heart pounding, staring out the window into the pitch black. My fingers gripped the edge of the sleeping bag until they went numb. By morning, I was ready to leave. I packed everything up in silence. I didn't eat. I didn't brush my teeth. I just loaded up my gear, filled the tank halfway to make sure I could get back, and opened the truck door. Then I saw it. Another carving. On the truck's tailgate. Same triangle. Same circle. Etched in the dirt with a finger. I slammed the tailgate shut and backed out of the clearing. I didn't even check to see if I left anything behind. I just drove, pushing the truck faster than I should have on the gravel road, bouncing and sliding around corners until I hit the main road. I didn't stop until I got to the next town. I booked a room at a motel and locked myself in. I didn't tell Daniel. I didn't tell anyone. I felt like saying it out loud would make it more real. I still don't know who was out there. I checked police reports later. No one reported anything strange in that area. No missing persons. No vandalism. Nothing. A few weeks later, Daniel called to say he went up to the cabin. He said everything looked normal. No carvings. No boot prints. Nothing. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I didn't imagine any of it. Sometimes I wonder if someone knew I was alone. If they had been watching the cabin from the woods. Maybe it was someone who lived nearby. Maybe a squatter. Or someone who didn't like strangers on their land. Maybe they were trying to scare me. Or maybe they were planning something worse. But I left before they could do it. And that's what I tell myself when I can't sleep at night. I left before they could do it. I never thought I'd look back on that trip with anything but fear. When I first planned it, I just wanted a break from the noise. I'd been living in the city for over 6 years, stuck in the same routine. Wake up, get to work, come back tired, scroll on my phone, and sleep. It got to a point where every day felt the same. I wanted to hear silence again. Real silence. The kind where there's no humming from a neighbor's TV, no traffic outside, no buzz of neon lights, just wind, trees, and my own thoughts. So I rented a cabin deep in northern Montana. It wasn't some cute Airbnb with fast Wi-Fi and hot tubs. This one was far out, about 60 miles from the nearest gas station. The owner told me the road would get rough past a certain point and I'd need to drive slow. I was fine with that. I wanted the remoteness. I wanted to disappear for a week. I packed up my SUV with supplies. A few coolers filled with food, bottled water, a couple of knives, a small hatchet, extra blankets, a flashlight, a backup lantern with spare batteries, and some bear spray just in case. No phone signal was expected, so I brought an old map too. I wasn't planning on leaving the area much once I got there. The drive took most of the day. The last 20 miles were on rough dirt roads that wound through dense forest. Trees pressed in from both sides, and the sunlight barely reached the forest floor. My GPS lost signal halfway through, so I relied on printed directions. I almost missed the turnoff to the cabin. It was just a barely visible path through some pines with a rusted mailbox that had no number on it. I followed the path, tires crunching over dried needles and rocks. After about 2 miles, the trees opened into a small clearing. There it was, the cabin. A single-story structure, old but solid, with a metal roof and a front porch that sagged slightly in the middle. The windows were dusty but intact, and there was a small woodshed out back. No signs of recent human activity. Inside, it was basic. One main room with a wood stove in the center, a small kitchen on one side, and a bedroom with a creaky metal frame bed. There was a bathroom too, with a compost toilet and a large barrel to collect rainwater. No electricity, but there were oil lamps and a big pile of firewood stacked neatly against the wall. I felt relief wash over me. This was exactly what I needed. The first day went smoothly. I unpacked, checked around the cabin, set up my things, and explored the area a little. I stayed close to the clearing, walking around the edge of the trees. It was quiet, a peaceful kind of quiet that I hadn't felt in years. I made a fire in the stove and cooked a simple dinner, then went to bed early. I slept better than I had in months. The second day, I ventured deeper into the woods. I followed an old game trail that led away from the clearing, keeping track of my path with little pieces of orange tape I tied to low branches. It felt good to walk with no real goal. Just moving, breathing fresh air, listening to birds. That night, though, I started to feel off. I was reading a book in bed when I heard something outside, a soft crunching noise. It wasn't wind. It was footsteps, slow, measured, moving around the cabin. My heart beat faster. I turned off my lantern and listened. The steps circled once, then stopped. I waited in the dark, gripping the knife I kept next to the bed. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or even a bear. I waited over an hour before I let myself fall asleep again. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt behind the cabin. Not animal prints, boots. Someone had walked around the back, paused by the woodshed, then walked into the trees. The tracks didn't match mine from earlier. They were bigger. I stood there staring at them for a long time. My first instinct was to leave. But I'd driven so far, and I told myself it could have been a hunter passing through. Still, something felt wrong. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some wood, kept the fire going, and tried to shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I thought I saw something move between the trees. Just a flash, a shadow. That night, I locked the door, pulled a chair under the knob, and kept the lantern burning low. I barely slept. On the fourth day, I found something that chilled me. I was collecting firewood when I noticed a tree near the edge of the clearing with its bark stripped off in long, clean cuts. Not animal scratches, knife marks, fresh ones. Deep, angry slashes about waist high, like someone had been hacking at the trunk. I backed away slowly. That night, I set up a little tripwire using some fishing line I had. Just something simple that would knock over a tin can near the back door if someone came close. I wanted some kind of warning. I stayed up most of that night, staring at the dark window. Around 3 a.m., I heard the can clatter to the ground. I froze. I didn't move. Then I heard the footsteps again. Slow, deliberate. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They stopped right at the door. I held my breath. After a long silence, the doorknob turned. It jiggled once, then twice. Then nothing. The person, or whatever it was, walked away. I didn't sleep at all after that. In the morning, I checked the line. It had been cut. Not snapped. Cut clean with something sharp. And worse, I found something stuck to the cabin door. A small strip of fabric. Black, rough, like part of a glove. Kept it. I don't know why. That day, I made the decision to leave early. I couldn't take the chance. Whoever was out there knew I was alone, knew where I was sleeping. I started packing right away, loading things into the SUV. I wanted to be gone before dark, but when I tried to start the car, nothing happened. Just a dead click. I checked the battery terminals, opened the hood, everything I could think of. Nothing worked. The battery was fine. It was like something had been done to the starter. I couldn't fix it out there. I had no cell service, no radio, no signal of any kind. I had two choices: stay another night and try to hike out the next day, or start walking immediately. The sun was already low, and hiking at night through unfamiliar woods didn't seem smart. So I barricaded the cabin as best I could. I nailed one of the chairs under the doorknob, pulled the bed against the window, and kept my knife in hand. I didn't light the lamp that night. I didn't want to be seen. The footsteps came back. This time, there were more of them. I heard 2 sets, maybe 3, walking in slow circles around the cabin. They didn't knock. They didn't try the door. They just moved, sometimes pausing, sometimes stepping closer, then back. For hours, I sat in the dark, barely breathing. I must have dozed off around dawn. When I opened my eyes, light was leaking through the window and the woods were quiet again. I stepped outside, knife still in hand, and looked around. There were footprints everywhere. Some went up to the walls. Some circled the SUV. One set led directly to the woodshed. I opened it slowly, but it was empty. I didn't wait. I took my pack, filled it with food, water, a flashlight, and the map, and started walking down the same dirt path I came from. I left everything else behind. I just wanted out. It was a long walk, almost 8 hours by foot. I kept glancing behind me, but I never saw anyone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I stopped only once to drink water, then kept moving. By late afternoon, I reached the main road. An old truck passed by after 20 minutes. I waved it down, and the driver gave me a lift to the nearest gas station. I didn't tell him much, just that my car broke down and I needed to call for a tow. The mechanic we sent back to the cabin found the SUV with its hood open. Someone had pulled out the ignition coil and slashed a few wires. It wasn't an accident. Someone had disabled it on purpose. I filed a report with the local sheriff, but nothing ever came of it. They said it was probably trespassers or drifters, maybe hunters who didn't like people staying on what they thought was their land. But nobody was caught. The owner of the cabin said no one else had rented it for over a year. He seemed surprised anything happened at all. I haven't been back since. That trip changed something in me. I still love the woods. I still love the silence. But I don't go alone anymore, and I never go that deep again. I learned the hard way that people can be far more dangerous than anything you find in nature. Some people live out there. They don't want to be found. And if you end up on their land, they might not let you leave. I got lucky. I walked out alive. But I don't think they expected that. And I think they're still out there, waiting for the next person to walk into those woods, looking for peace. I had been going through a rough few months. Work was eating me alive, and everything felt too loud, too fast, too much. I decided to take a break and booked a remote cabin up north, in the middle of the forest near an old logging trail. It wasn't a tourist spot. There was no lake, no ski resort, no hiking groups, and no cell signal. It was the kind of place where you could disappear if you wanted to, and for once, that's what I needed. I just wanted to be left alone with the trees, my thoughts, and some quiet. The drive up took most of the day. I stopped in a small town to get some groceries. Rice, eggs, beans, canned meat, water, instant coffee, and a few bottles of beer. I double-checked the gas tank before taking the last unpaved road. A winding dirt path that led through miles of pine forest before it opened up into a small clearing. That was where the cabin stood. An old wooden structure with a rusted tin roof, a covered porch, a woodpile out front, and a small outhouse about 30 yards behind it. There was a locked well with a hand pump too, which I had the key for. There were no neighbors, just trees, hills, silence, and sky. Inside, the cabin was simple. A wood stove for heat, a small bed against one wall, a table, 2 chairs, some cabinets for food, and a couple of oil lamps. The only light came from those lamps and a few old bulbs connected to a propane battery setup that barely worked. There was no Wi-Fi, no television, and no radio reception. I had brought some books, a notebook, and a pen. I planned to sleep, eat, write a little, maybe walk around the woods during the day, and just unplug from everything. The first 2 days were peaceful. I woke up with the sun, made coffee on the old iron stove, and listened to the wind moving through the trees. It was cold, but not unbearable. I spent the afternoons wandering through the woods with a thermos and a folding knife, just in case. I found a dried-up creek bed, a patch of mushrooms, and a few old stumps that looked like they'd been cut decades ago. I saw deer tracks, some bird nests, and even a porcupine. It was calm. Every step I took felt like it was pushing the stress further out of me. The silence was heavy but clean. That changed on the third night. It started with a sound. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard something outside the cabin. It wasn't an animal. I knew what deer sounded like. This was heavier. It was a crunch, like a boot pressing down on dead leaves and pine needles. Then a pause. Then another crunch. It was slow, deliberate. I stayed still and listened for several minutes. I didn't have a weapon, but I did have a hatchet by the woodpile outside and the folding knife inside my backpack. After a while, the sound stopped. I waited longer before finally falling asleep again. In the morning, I told myself it could have been a bear or maybe even just a tree branch falling. I didn't want to think about the other possibilities. It was easy to overthink things when you were alone out there. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I walked around the clearing, examined the trees, and looked for tracks. I didn't see anything. No footprints, no claw marks, nothing out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's hard to explain, but I kept getting the urge to turn around quickly, like someone was standing behind me. Of course, no one ever was. It was just endless trees and stillness. That night, it happened again. More footsteps. This time, they were closer. I heard them walk around the back of the cabin, then stop, then nothing. I waited in the dark, holding my knife tight. I didn't have cell service to call anyone, and even if I did, the nearest town was hours away. I told myself again it was probably an animal, maybe even just the cabin creaking in the cold. But I didn't sleep well. I barely slept at all. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw something that made my stomach drop. A mark like a fingerprint on the window by the door. It was smudged, but I could tell it was fresh. There was no dirt or dust on the window before, and it hadn't rained. It looked like someone had touched the glass while looking in. I walked around the cabin. I saw faint impressions in the soft earth near the back wall. Not animal tracks, boots, human. I went inside, locked the door, and pushed a chair under the knob. I knew someone had been there. I just didn't know why. I spent the day thinking about going back to town, but I convinced myself it was probably just a hunter or some hiker who had wandered too far. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they left already. That night, I didn't light any lamps. I sat in the dark with the stove off, listening. Around midnight, the footsteps came back. This time, they didn't stop at the window. I heard them step onto the porch. The wood creaked under the weight. I could hear breathing. Not heavy, just steady, like someone standing very still outside the front door. Then I heard a soft knock, just once. I didn't move. After what felt like forever, the creaking stopped. The footsteps moved away. I sat there, gripping the knife so hard my hand hurt. I waited until the sun started to come up before I moved again. That morning, I made up my mind to leave. I packed up my food, loaded my backpack, and stepped outside. That's when I saw it. On the tree directly across from the cabin, about 10 feet up, someone had nailed a small mirror to the trunk. It hadn't been there before. It was round and dirty, but clearly placed there on purpose. Underneath it, carved into the bark, was a shape. It looked like a crude arrow pointing toward the woods. I stood there staring at it, my heart pounding. I didn't know what it meant. A signal? A warning? A joke? None of it made sense. I walked over to the tree and looked at the mirror. It was angled downward, reflecting the cabin porch. It was meant to watch the door. I didn't leave that day. I stayed locked inside, pacing, checking the windows, watching the tree line. I had this feeling that if I tried to run, whoever it was would be waiting. I didn't know how many of them there were. I didn't know if they were armed. I kept telling myself it was just one person, just one lunatic messing with me. But what if it wasn't? That night, I put out the lamp and waited again. No footsteps this time, but just before dawn, I heard something different. A metallic sound, a scraping. I sat up in bed and listened closely. It was coming from the well. When the sun came up, I went out to look. The lock on the pump had been cut off. The chain was on the ground. Someone had forced it open. I didn't drink from the well after that. I boiled water from melted snow just to be safe. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. But I felt like I was being toyed with. I started marking the trees myself. Tiny cuts with my knife to track where I'd been, to try and see if someone was moving through the woods at night. The next morning, I noticed one of my marks had been carved deeper by someone else. The same tree now had a line that wasn't mine. It wasn't random. It was precise. It was deliberate. I started sleeping with my boots on. I ate less. I stayed inside more. On the 5th day, I decided I would leave at first light the next morning. I would hike down the trail if I had to. I didn't care about leaving food or gear. I just wanted out. But that night was the worst. I was half asleep when I heard it. The front door handle turning. Not knocking, turning. Someone was trying to open it slowly. The chair under the knob kept it from moving much, but I could see it twitching. Then it stopped. I didn't breathe. A few minutes later, the door to the outhouse slammed shut. Not gently, hard, loud enough to echo. Then silence again. I waited hours. When I finally stepped outside, I walked to the outhouse with the axe in my hand. I opened the door. It was empty, but on the inside, scratched into the wood, were the words, "Go home." I didn't think. I ran back inside, grabbed my pack, took the keys, and got in the car. The sun wasn't even fully up yet. I didn't stop to check anything. I drove over rocks, through the mud, down that long, narrow path, faster than I should have. The car bottomed out twice. I didn't care. I just kept going until I hit the main road. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 30 miles out. I sat in the lot for a long time. I didn't talk to anyone. I just sat there and tried to calm down. My hands were shaking, and I had this strange urge to look behind me, even in broad daylight. I never went back to that cabin. I never filed a report. I didn't even call the rental company. I just left it all behind. Months later, I looked at the satellite view on a map app out of curiosity. I found the clearing, the road, the cabin. But when I zoomed in, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. About 200 yards behind the cabin, deep in the woods, was a second structure. Small, half covered by trees. It looked like a shack or maybe an old hunting blind. It wasn't mentioned in the listing. It wasn't visible from the cabin itself. I didn't click on it again. I didn't want to know. I needed to get away. Life had been dragging me down for months. I wasn't dealing with anything supernatural or dramatic, just the usual things that quietly bury you. Work was always on my neck. People I once enjoyed being around had started to drain me, and I hadn't really slept right in weeks. I was snapping at small things, forgetting details, grinding my teeth in the night, and feeling like everything was on the verge of falling apart. So I decided to disappear for a while. Not permanently, just for some time. A few weeks, maybe. A cabin in the woods seemed perfect. I didn't want anything fancy. I didn't want other people or even the option of running into them. I didn't want Wi-Fi or cell reception. I didn't want cute hiking trails with benches and markers and selfie spots. I wanted isolation. I found a listing on a forum, not a proper rental site, and it was exactly what I was looking for. The guy described it as fully off-grid, with an old generator, a wood stove, no plumbing but a working well, and no neighbors within 10 miles. No trails, no roads beyond the access point, just a cleared path into the woods that wound around a few ridges and ended at the cabin. He gave me the GPS coordinates, a list of supplies to bring, and a warning to write down the route as I hiked in. since GPS would stop working near the edge of the woods. I drove out on a Friday morning. Took most of the day. Asphalt roads turned to dirt, then gravel, then nothing. I parked at a small dirt clearing and followed the path with my pack. The air changed as I moved deeper. The sounds changed too. Less wind, fewer birds. The sun disappeared faster than I expected, and when I finally saw the cabin in the trees, it felt like I had walked into a painting. It sat low to the ground, one story, with a deep overhanging roof and a small porch in front. The wood was dark and weathered, and everything was quiet. Not dead quiet, but layered, like the forest was holding its breath. Inside, the cabin smelled like dry pine and dust. It was small, one room with a bed, a table, a wood stove, and some shelves with canned goods. A door in the back led to a tiny room with a compost toilet and a hand pump sink. Everything was old but solid. The windows had latches but no screens. The floor creaked. The generator was out back, half buried in pine needles. I didn't need it the first night. I lit candles and cooked a meal on the little propane stove the guy had mentioned. I listened to the woods. Took a while for the silence to settle in. Real silence. Not the city version with cars humming in the background, but the kind where every stick snap sounds deliberate. The first few days were peaceful. I slept in longer than I had in months. I drank coffee on the porch and read old paperbacks. I made notes in a small notebook just to keep track of time. I walked around the area, not far, never more than maybe 300 feet from the cabin, and I made sure to always return the same way. I wasn't trying to get lost out there. The forest was dense, full of steep drops and thick underbrush. No signs of people, no beer cans or boot prints, just moss and trees and the occasional animal path. On the fifth morning, I woke up feeling off. It wasn't a noise that woke me, not exactly, but something had changed. I could hear the generator outside. That was strange because I hadn't started it. I kept it off at night, always. I got up, pulled on boots, and stepped outside. The forest looked the same. Still, gray mist clung to the trees, but the generator was on. The cord that ran into the cabin was taut, like someone had pulled it. I shut it off and checked around the cabin, half expecting to find signs of animals. Nothing. No footprints. No scratch marks. The fuel level hadn't changed. It was just running. That bothered me. It stuck in my head like a splinter. I tried to let it go. Maybe I had hit the switch the night before without realizing it. Maybe I leaned on something. It wasn't impossible. I was tired, still adjusting. I made coffee and tried to get back into the rhythm of quiet, but the stillness that had once felt peaceful now felt different. Felt like the air was watching me. That night, I lit a few candles early and stayed inside. I checked the doors. I moved the small table in front of the door, just for my own peace of mind. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, heart pounding, with no idea why. No dreams, just a sudden spike of alertness, like I was being stared at. I didn't hear anything, but I was awake more than I was asleep. The next day, I found the map. I wasn't looking for it. I was digging around one of the old cabinets near the table, just out of boredom. I was looking for old books or tools or something to mess with. Behind a pile of mildewed papers and a cracked flashlight, I found a bundle of papers wrapped in waxed cloth. Inside was a hand-drawn map. It showed the cabin, the trees around it, and a series of paths and notes drawn in pencil. Faded but readable. One part was circled in red, about a half-mile to the northeast. The words next to it said, "Don't go past this point," in all caps. Below that, in smaller writing, it said, "Buried marker, shallow ground, keep covered." I stared at it for a long time. The cabin wasn't supposed to have any other visitors. There were no marked trails. The guy who rented it to me didn't mention anything unusual. The warning looked old, years old, probably, but it hadn't faded completely. The red ink still held its color. I folded the map and put it in my notebook. Couldn't let it go. For the rest of the day, my thoughts kept circling around that line. Keep covered. Buried marker. Don't go past. Asterisk, asterisk, it wasn't like I wanted to dig anything up. I just wanted to see if the place on the map actually existed. I planned to walk out the next morning with my compass and check the spot. Just to check in, not to poke around. Just to satisfy the pressure building behind my eyes. The next day, I packed a small bag, water, a knife, the map, a flashlight, and some trail mix, and started walking northeast. I moved slow. The trees were thick in that direction. The map didn't match the forest exactly, but I adjusted as I went. After maybe 25 minutes of cutting through brush and skirting a shallow ridge, I found it. Clearing. Small, no more than 20 feet across, covered in pine needles and dead branches. In the center was a flat rock, slightly tilted, with one edge chipped away. There was no marker I could see, no sign of anything buried, but the dirt near the rock looked wrong. Too soft, no moss, no roots poking through. I crouched and pressed my hand to the soil. It gave a little loose like sand. I didn't want to dig. I really didn't, but I felt like I needed to see what was under it. I used a stick to push away the top layer. A few inches down, something scraped. Not rock, not metal, plastic. Cleared more. It was a container, a waterproof case, the kind people use for storing electronics on long hikes. I pulled it free, wiped it off, and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of folded paper, dry and yellowed. On it, written in sharp, black pen, "Leave now. Someone's still out here. Asterisk, asterisk." That was it. No signature, no date, no details. Just that. My heart slammed against my ribs. The air around me shifted, felt thinner. I looked around the clearing. The trees were quiet, but not still. I thought I saw movement, deep in the shadows, but it might have been my own fear. I packed up fast. I didn't put the case back. I just shoved it in my bag and got out. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door and shoved a chair under the handle. I stayed inside for the rest of the day. The note played over and over in my head. Someone's still out here. Not something. Not a bear. Someone. That meant human. That meant watching. That meant deliberate. That night, I didn't light candles. I sat in the dark with my knife and waited. I thought I heard footsteps outside around midnight, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't move. I didn't breathe loud. I sat there until the sun came up. I made the decision to leave that morning. I packed everything. I filled my water, stuffed food in my bag, took the map, the case, everything I'd brought. I left the cabin exactly how I'd found it. Except for one thing, the map. I left it on the table. I don't know why. Maybe for the next person. Maybe so I didn't have to carry the warning anymore. The hike back felt wrong. The trail didn't match my notes. I knew I was going the right way, but trees looked different. Some fallen logs weren't where they had been. I passed a ridge that I was sure wasn't on my way in. The shadows moved strange. I kept stopping to listen. No birds, no bugs, just wind and breathing, and sometimes not my own. I saw boot prints near the access point. Old maybe, but they weren't mine. The pattern was different. Wider treads. Someone else had been there, or was still there. I didn't stop. I got in my car and drove until I hit pavement. I didn't check. I booked the cabin because I needed a break from everything. Life in the city had been loud and constant for too long. The beeping of cars outside my apartment, the sirens late at night, the constant messages and calls from work, even on weekends. I was tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. I needed silence and space. I needed to hear my own thoughts again. So I went looking for somewhere far and quiet, and I found it. It was a small wooden cabin about 3 hours outside the city, listed on a rental site under a Section 4, off-grid getaways. It had no Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no neighbors within sight. The listing mentioned a lake a mile away, lots of trees, and perfect solitude. That's what I was after. The photos showed an old-style cabin with a slanted green tin roof, a porch, and a chimney. The inside looked cozy, wooden walls, one bed, one table, a fireplace, and a little kitchen. It seemed exactly like what I wanted. The owner told me I'd need to bring my own supplies, and I didn't mind that. I planned to stay 4 nights, maybe 5 if I felt good. I packed dry food, cans, matches, 2 flashlights, a power bank, books, a small first aid kit, and some clothes. I also brought my knife, not because I was scared, but because it seemed like something you bring when you're going out into the woods. It was a black folding knife I used to keep in the drawer by my bed. I left early in the morning. The drive was long but quiet. After I passed the last small town, the road narrowed and became gravel. The directions took me through trees and small hills, then onto a dirt path where I had to slow down. The GPS stopped working near the end. I used a printed map from the owner and followed the turns. When I finally saw the cabin at the end of the path, I felt a kind of relief I hadn't felt in a long time. It stood there in a clearing, surrounded by woods. No cars, no wires, just sky and trees and space. I parked beside it and got out. The air smelled different, cleaner, sharper. The cabin was a little older than it looked in the photos, with some peeling paint around the doorframe and rust on the metal of the porch chairs, but it looked solid. I took my things inside. The key had been under the doormat, just like the owner said. The cabin was clean but worn. The floor creaked a little when I walked. There were 2 small windows on the front wall and one in the back. No curtains. The bed was under the front window, and the back door led to a narrow trail through the trees. I spent the first day unpacking and settling in. I put my food in the shelves and lined up my flashlights and matches on the table. I set the knife beside my bed, just like I did back home. The silence was deep and I liked it. I read for a few hours and made some pasta on the propane stove. That night, I lit a fire and sat on the porch with a blanket, just listening. The woods were alive with soft sounds. Leaves moving, maybe a frog or something calling out. I slept hard that night. The next morning, I got up early and went for a walk. The trail behind the cabin went down toward the lake. I didn't see any animals except a few birds and a squirrel. When I got back to the cabin, I sat out front and had some cold cereal. It was strange not checking my phone. I kept reaching for it out of habit, even though it showed no service. I started writing in a small notebook instead. Just thoughts, little things I hadn't taken time to think about in months. Later that day, I was reading on the porch when I heard something in the woods. It was just a rustle, one that didn't match the breeze. It wasn't the sound of wind in the trees. It sounded more like something moving through the brush. I stood up and looked, but I didn't see anything. After a minute, I went back to my book, but the sound stayed in my head. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept listening. I'd hear the usual sounds of the forest, then something that didn't seem to fit. At one point, I heard a knock, just one, like something had bumped the porch railing. I sat up in bed and listened for a long time, but it didn't happen again. I thought maybe a raccoon or something had come looking for food. On the 3rd day, I started feeling different. Not scared, just watched. I kept glancing out the windows. I started noticing small things. Once, when I came back from the lake, I saw that the wooden porch chair was at a different angle than I remembered. Another time, I found a single footprint in the dirt at the side of the cabin. It was faint but long, like a boot print, not an animal. I didn't hear a car, and I hadn't seen any trails or camps nearby. I told myself I was being paranoid. I hadn't seen anyone. Still, I started locking the door even during the day, even though I knew how pointless that was out there. Anyone who wanted to come in could break a window. That night, I brought the knife into bed with me. I slept with my head close to the window, one ear open. At 2:13 a.m., I woke up. I know the time because I checked my watch with a flashlight. I heard a sound outside, clearer this time. Something was walking around the cabin. Slow steps. I stayed completely still and listened. The steps circled once, then stopped. I heard breathing, very soft, right outside the wall near my head. I couldn't see anything from my bed. I reached slowly and grabbed the knife from under the pillow. My hand was shaking. I stayed awake until it started getting light. I didn't move. When the sun came up, I finally got up and checked around outside. I didn't see anything. No one. But I did find another boot print by the back wall, right under the window. It looked fresh. That day, I didn't go to the lake. I stayed inside mostly. I kept checking the windows. I moved the table in front of the back door and stacked 2 chairs against it. I set my flashlights in different spots around the room. I filled one pot with water and set it near the stove. I don't know why. I just wanted everything in reach. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I didn't go out. I sat by the window with my knife in my lap until it got dark. I slept in short bursts. I didn't undress. I didn't even take off my shoes. Around 3:30 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was clear it was footsteps on the porch. 2 slow steps, then nothing. I turned off my flashlight and crouched by the side of the bed. I waited. I listened so hard my ears started to ring. Then I heard the door handle jiggle. Just once, like someone testing it. I gripped the knife tighter and didn't move. The door was locked. The table and chairs were still in place. I waited for hours before it got light again. When it did, I opened the door and checked the porch. There were 2 boot prints in the dust. Not mine. One facing the door, one turned away. I decided I had to leave that morning. I didn't want to wait until it got worse. I packed fast. I didn't eat. I stuffed everything into my bag and got in my car by 7 a.m. The dirt road felt longer than I remembered. Every time I saw trees move, I checked the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I hit paved road again. Back in the city, I went through everything in my mind again and again. I kept wondering what would have happened if the door hadn't been locked. I kept thinking about the sound of breathing. I kept thinking about how quiet it was when the footsteps stopped, like the person was just standing there, listening to me. I called the cabin owner and told them I left early. I didn't say why. I checked online and found one forum post from a person who'd stayed at a different cabin in the same area. They'd heard walking outside at night too, but nothing came of it. Another post mentioned someone finding a campsite deep in the woods with weird trash and old cans, but no one around. I don't know who was out there. I don't know how long they had been watching me, or if they just found me by chance. I just know what I heard and what I saw. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still have the knife. I keep it by my bed again. Some nights, if it's too quiet, I find it hard to sleep. I don't know if anyone else ever stayed in that cabin after me. But I do know one thing with complete clarity. I was not alone out there. And whoever it was, they weren't just passing through. They knew the area. They moved at night. They didn't rush. They were patient. They had been watching me. And they were waiting for something. Style and length just say the word. I can do this endlessly. I went up to that old hunting cabin in late October. It was something I'd planned months before. Work had been too much for too long, and the city had started to feel like a machine that kept grinding even when I was too tired to be part of it. I just wanted to be alone. No internet, no phone calls, no noise. Just trees, cold wind, and silence. The cabin belonged to my uncle. He used it for deer season years ago, but he hadn't touched it in maybe 8 or 9 years. I asked if I could borrow it for a few days, and he said sure. Told me the road was still passable if I had 4-wheel drive and that the propane still worked, but I should bring my own water and food. I loaded up my old SUV with canned food, bottled water, a camp stove, extra propane, flashlights, and everything else I thought I'd need. I even brought a shotgun, more for peace of mind than anything else. I wasn't expecting to use it. It took me 4.5 hours to reach the turnoff from the highway. From there, the road was more of a dirt trail. Trees thick on both sides, mostly pine, some old oak and birch. Leaves were already down. The sky was gray and the cold was already settling in for the year. I had to go real slow the last mile. The path narrowed and climbed steep. I almost slid once. Tires spun a little on the mud, but I made it. The cabin was right where he said it would be, hidden behind trees, moss growing up one side. The roof sagged a bit in the middle. The wood was dark and damp. I parked close to the porch and took a long look around. It was dead quiet, just the wind. A crow called once from high up in a pine tree, and then it was quiet again. No traffic, no buzzing phones, just nothing. The place was small. One main room with a fireplace and a bed against the wall. A little kitchenette, a table, and a narrow hallway with a door to the bathroom and a closet. The windows had thick curtains. I checked inside and found everything like my uncle said. Dusty but not broken. The propane still worked. I turned on the small heater and lit the pilot on the stove. The place warmed up fast. I unpacked and set up my sleeping bag on the bed since the old mattress was stiff as plywood. I stacked the food and water on the table. My flashlight went on the nightstand. The shotgun leaned against the wall within reach. I spent that first day exploring the woods around the cabin. The trees stretched thick in every direction. It was quiet but peaceful. The cold bit through my jacket when the wind picked up, but I didn't mind. I walked a good half-mile in a circle, marking some trees with chalk so I wouldn't get lost. I saw deer tracks, maybe some raccoon or fox. Nothing big, nothing human. Felt safe. The first night went fine. I made instant noodles on the propane burner and read a book with my headlamp until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. I didn't hear a thing all night, not even the wind. It felt like being sealed inside a big jar of silence. That kind of quiet can feel thick, almost heavy, but I liked it. It was the kind of quiet I came for. The second day, I went farther into the woods. I packed a small backpack with water, a sandwich, and a knife. I followed the chalk marks from the day before and moved deeper west. Trees grew tighter together that way. It was colder too. The sun never reached down through the thick branches. The ground stayed damp and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. I stopped once for lunch and sat on a fallen log. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just a shadow between two trees, but then it moved. A figure maybe 70 or 80 yards away. Too far to make out the face or even the color of his clothes clearly. But he was standing still, facing me, just standing there, not walking, not waving, not turning, just there. I froze. I thought maybe it was a hunter, but I didn't see a gun, and he wasn't wearing orange. It would have been stupid to be in those woods in late October without orange. Deer season wasn't open yet, but you didn't take chances. I stood up slow and looked back down at my bag. When I looked up again, he was gone. Just trees. I stared at the spot for a while but saw nothing. I waited maybe 5 minutes, listening, but I didn't hear any twigs break. No leaves crunch. Nothing. If he moved silent. I turned around and walked back toward the cabin. I didn't run. I didn't want to make noise or look panicked. I told myself it was probably a local. Maybe he saw me first and decided not to say anything. Maybe he thought I was the weird one. Back at the cabin, I locked the door. First time I'd bothered doing that. I pulled the curtain tight and kept the shotgun closer. Still, I told myself it wasn't a big deal. Just someone walking the woods. But it stuck in my head that he didn't wave. He didn't move, just stood there. That night, the quiet was different. I kept hearing things, little things, like something tapping against the side of the cabin. Once I thought I heard footsteps, but it could have been a squirrel on the roof. The cabin creaked with the wind, and each sound made me stop and hold my breath. I didn't sleep much. Next morning, I went out to check around the cabin. I walked the perimeter, looking for tracks, anything that didn't belong. I found something near the back window. The dirt there was soft and damp. Someone had stepped there recently. A boot print. It was fresh. Not mine. Not from the day I arrived. I checked my own boots to be sure. The treads didn't match. The ones in the dirt were wider, heavier. I went back inside and locked the door again. I moved the table in front of the main window. My gut started telling me to leave, but part of me thought maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a hunter checking out the cabin, making sure it wasn't abandoned. But the print near the window was wrong. He didn't walk by, he walked up to it, and just stood there. That day I stayed close. I only walked a few yards from the porch. I gathered some sticks, tried to make a small fire pit, kept my mind busy. But I felt watched. That feeling you get when someone's behind you. Only no one was there. I looked often, but never saw him again. Not during the day. That night, I woke up to a sound outside. Not wind, not trees creaking. A crunch, slow and heavy. Leaves, footsteps. I sat up and turned off my lamp. My heart was pounding. The sound moved around the side of the cabin. Slow. One step. Pause. Another step. I held the shotgun. I didn't point it yet. I just sat there, trying not to breathe too loud. I heard the back door rattle, just a little. Then the sound stopped. I waited in the dark for a long time, maybe an hour. My hands were sore from holding the shotgun so tight. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning light felt like a drug. I went outside with the gun in one hand and checked again. Footprints circled the cabin. Same boot treads. He hadn't just come by. He walked all the way around, touched both doors. The print near the front was even clearer. He had stood just outside the window where I'd stacked the table. I packed everything that morning. I didn't even eat breakfast, just shoved my stuff in the bags and loaded the SUV. I checked the tires. All four were fine. Nothing slashed. I turned the key and felt my heart sink. It didn't start. Tried again. Click, click. Battery was dead. I opened the hood. Nothing looked loose or broken. I checked the terminals, both were connected. Then I saw it. Someone had cut the battery wires. Clean cuts, not torn, not chewed, sliced. I stood there for a while, holding the hood open and trying to understand how it had gotten this far. I was stuck. No cell signal, no radio, no neighbors, just woods. I pulled everything back into the cabin and locked it down. I blocked both doors with furniture. I loaded the shotgun fully and placed my knife beside the bed. I kept every light off even when it got dark. I didn't want to be seen through the cracks in the curtains. That night, he came back. I heard him walking again, slower this time. Not like someone sneaking, like someone who didn't care if I heard. I stayed still. I didn't move, didn't breathe loud, didn't even blink. He walked up to the back window. I heard the soft scuff of his boots on the wood outside. Then nothing. I waited. Then came the sound that made my skin crawl, the slow drag of fingers across the wall. Not fast, real slow, like he was tracing the wood. I didn't sleep again. I watched the windows until morning. When it was light, I looked outside. Nothing. No tracks, even though I knew I heard him. The ground was dry that night, maybe too dry for prints. Or maybe he was careful. For the next 2 days, I didn't leave. I rationed food, ate only when I had to, slept in bursts, always with one ear open. I thought maybe he'd leave if I didn't come out. Maybe he'd think I was gone. Then, on the 5th night, he tried to get in. I heard the back door shake hard. Not just testing. He was pushing it, then pounding. Not with fists, something heavier. I grabbed the shotgun, stood behind the door. I didn't say anything, didn't yell, just stood there, breathing hard. I was supposed to be alone for a while. That was the whole point of renting the cabin. I needed a break from people, phones, noise, and stress. I had just gone through a messy job situation. Too many expectations and not enough time to breathe. And the pressure had made my chest tight for months. I couldn't sleep at night, I barely ate, and I didn't even enjoy the weekends anymore. My doctor told me I was close to a breakdown, and he suggested I take some time away from everything. No phones, no screens, just air and trees. So I booked a cabin deep in the woods of northern Washington, near a narrow river and surrounded by nothing but forest. It wasn't fancy, just a wooden structure with a single bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a porch that faced the water. The closest town was 30 miles away, and I made sure to bring enough food and supplies to last 2 weeks. I wanted to be completely cut off, no reasons to go anywhere, no excuses to come back early. The first 2 days were peaceful. I'd wake up with the sun, drink black coffee while sitting on the porch, and watch the river flow. Sometimes I'd fish, even though I didn't care if I caught anything. I just liked the feel of the water rushing past my legs and the quiet sounds of birds and leaves moving above me. I'd go for walks, write in a notebook, chop wood, and sleep early. It was simple, quiet, and for the first time in months, I felt calm. My chest didn't feel tight. My head didn't buzz with thoughts. I was just there, breathing in air that smelled like pine and earth. By the 3rd night, I noticed something that bothered me. It wasn't something big, just a small change in how the woods felt. During the first couple of nights, the forest would settle after sunset, and all I'd hear were insects and the distant rush of the river. But that night, everything went quiet at once. No crickets, no birds, no wind through the leaves, just silence. I tried not to think much of it, but I kept looking over my shoulder, even when I was inside the cabin. The next morning, I went down to the river to wash my face and fill a bucket with water. That's when I saw something that made my stomach twist. On the far bank of the river, in the muddy sand, were footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't crossed the river since I got there, and these prints were deep and fresh, like they'd been made overnight. Barefoot, human-looking prints. They walked down to the water and back into the trees. I stood there staring at them for a long time. My mind started to build explanations, maybe a hiker passed through, maybe a hunter. But nobody should have been out there. The river wasn't close to any trails, and I hadn't heard a boat or another vehicle in days. I walked back to the cabin and locked the door behind me. Even though it was the middle of the day, I sat at the table and tried to focus on reading, but I kept looking at the windows. Every shadow felt like someone moving. Every creak of the wood sounded too sharp. I started to wonder if someone had been watching the cabin at night while I slept. That thought sat with me like a stone in my chest. That night, I stayed awake until almost 2 a.m. I kept the lights off and just watched through the window. I didn't expect to see anything, but around 1:30, just when I started to relax a bit, I saw a shape by the tree line across the river. It wasn't moving, just standing. I leaned in closer, pressing my face against the cold glass. It looked like a man. I couldn't see his face or his clothes clearly, but the shape was unmistakable. He didn't move at all. He stood there for maybe 10 minutes, then slowly turned and walked back into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up holding the axe I kept by the door. I felt stupid doing it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day, I walked across the shallow part of the river to where the man had stood. I found more footprints, bare feet again, but this time there were more. They came out of the trees, stopped by the water, and disappeared back in the same way. I followed them into the woods for maybe half a mile. They didn't go in a straight line. They weaved and looped like whoever made them had been walking in circles. At one point, I found a spot where the moss had been scraped off a fallen log, like someone had been sitting there for a long time. There was a long, pale hair stuck to the bark. I turned around and walked back to the cabin, looking over my shoulder the whole time. By the 5th day, I was starting to lose the peaceful feeling I came for. I felt watched all the time. I didn't fish anymore. I stayed close to the cabin. Every evening, just before dark, I'd check all the windows and make sure the door was locked. I stopped using candles at night because I didn't want to make myself visible. I sat in the dark with a blanket around my shoulders, listening to every little sound. That night, I heard something different. It was a soft thud, like someone had dropped a rock near the side of the cabin. Then another one closer to the wall. I didn't move. I just listened. Then I heard something brushing against the window, slow, like fingers dragging across the glass. I stayed frozen in the chair, my eyes wide, breathing through my nose. The brushing sound moved to the next window, then the next. It circled the cabin. I didn't have the courage to look. I sat there, holding my breath, listening to it move from one side to the other. Then silence again. I stayed awake until the sun came up. When I stepped outside that morning, I saw the prints again, this time right outside the cabin. Barefoot, spaced wide like someone had been crouching or crawling. I found a mark on the front window, an oily smudge in the shape of a palm. My hands shook as I cleaned it off. I should have left that day, packed my things, hiked back to the truck, and driven straight home. But part of me was too afraid to move. I felt like if I left the cabin, I'd be out in the open. I spent the day boarding up the windows from the inside with whatever I had. Shelves, chairs, planks from the firewood pile. I closed the blinds and tried to make the place feel like a box, sealed from whatever was outside. That night, I didn't hear anything. No brushing, no thuds, just silence again. But I didn't trust it. I stayed in the same chair, clutching the axe, too tired to think straight. I must have dozed off sometime before dawn because I woke up to light coming through a crack in the boards. I rubbed my face and stood up, bones aching from sitting so long. I walked to the window to peek outside. There was something hanging from the branch of a tree about 30 feet away. First, I thought it was a piece of clothing. But as I looked closer, I realized it was a dead rabbit. Its head was missing, and its legs were tied to the branch with thin vines. There were scratch marks on its body. Underneath it, written in the dirt with what looked like a stick, were strange lines. Not letters, just jagged symbols that looked like they had been scraped into the soil with care. My stomach turned. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't want to know. I stayed inside the entire next day, barely eating, barely drinking. I kept the axe in my hands at all times. When night fell, I didn't sleep. Couldn't. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps on the porch. This time, they didn't just pass by. They stopped in front of the door. I sat there, heart pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. I could hear breathing, soft, slow, just the other side of the wall. Then a tap, just one, on the wood, then nothing. I didn't move until morning. When I finally opened the door, I saw a new mark. 3 long scratches down the wood, made by something sharp. I decided then that I was leaving. I didn't care about the food, the supplies, anything. I packed a bag, grabbed the axe and a flashlight, and locked the door behind me. I hiked fast through the woods, not following the river path like before. I just wanted to get to my truck and get the hell out of there. I didn't stop to rest, even when my legs started to cramp. Every snap of a twig made me spin around. Every rustle made me grip the axe tighter. When I finally saw the truck through the trees, I almost cried. I threw the bag in the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and peeled out of the gravel lot without looking back. Even now, months later, I don't know who or what that man was. I reported it to the police in the town nearby, but they didn't find anything. Just old tracks and disturbed soil. No bodies, no campers, no signs of anything out of place. They told me the area had stories, legends about hermits or people who went off-grid. But I didn't care. I knew what I saw. I knew what I heard. I never went back to the cabin. I still have nightmares about the breathing outside the door and the tapping. I live in the city now, and I haven't stepped foot in the woods since. The peace I wanted so badly out there turned into fear I can't shake. And when I close my eyes, I still see the shape standing at the tree line, watching, waiting, and never making a sound. I was supposed to use the time to relax. That's what I told myself before going. I thought it would be quiet, just me and the woods. I imagined early mornings with coffee on the porch, late afternoons with nothing but the sound of the trees swaying. I even brought books I hadn't touched in months. I had no reason to think anything would go wrong. I had no reason to believe that a cabin, just a little outside a rural town, would lead to one of the worst weeks of my life. It was a rental cabin, listed on a small website I had never heard of before. It looked basic in the pictures. No luxury, just wood walls, a single bed, a stove, and a front porch. I picked it because it was cheap and far from the city. It was maybe 15 minutes from the nearest paved road, and another 10 from the nearest house. The guy who rented it to me met me at a gas station and gave me the key. He didn't even drive me there, just handed me an old metal key on a ring with a tag that said, Quarry Cabin. He pointed out where to turn off the main road, told me to keep right at the first fork and go down until the road ended. That was it. No contract, no safety rules, just the key and a short nod. When I reached the place, the road had already started turning to dirt. The tires bounced over rocks and patches of broken ground. My car was not meant for terrain like that. I drove slowly, letting the suspension groan over every deep dip. The trees got thicker as I drove further in. The road narrowed until branches started scratching both sides of my car. I stopped once to make sure I wasn't going the wrong way, but I saw the fork and remembered the guy said to keep right. When I reached the cabin, it sat alone beside a clearing with knee-high grass. The wooden boards looked weathered, but the frame stood solid. One of the shutters hung crooked from the window, and the front porch had a few loose planks that flexed when I stepped on them. The door opened with a loud creak, and I stood in the middle of the single room for a while, looking around. It was what I expected. One bed in the corner, thin mattress and a flat pillow. A shelf with some canned food. A wood-burning stove that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. There was a small table with one chair, and a shelf that held a lantern, a few candles, and some old matches. No bathroom, no sink. There was a water pump outside and an outhouse a bit down the slope. I had brought a flashlight, extra batteries, a sleeping bag, and a few bags of groceries. There was a cooler I filled with ice packs for the food I wanted to keep cold. My phone had already lost signal halfway down the dirt road. I expected that. I didn't care. I wanted to be alone. I wanted to get away from noise, from people, from everything. For once, the first night was quiet. No animals, no bugs making noise outside, just the wind moving gently through the trees. I lit one of the candles and read for a bit, then went to sleep. I woke up once because the wind picked up and made the front door rattle in the frame. I went over and pushed it shut tighter. That was it. No problems. The next day I got up early and made a fire in the old stove. I had instant coffee and sat out on the porch. The clearing looked peaceful. Grass moved like water in the breeze. The trees swayed slow and smooth. It was quiet, too quiet sometimes. I noticed that. No birds, no squirrels, not even a fly buzzing near me. I figured maybe it was still too early in the season. Maybe animals stayed away from the clearing. Later, I walked around the area. I didn't go far, just wanted to stretch my legs. I walked behind the cabin and found a narrow path that led into the trees. I followed it for maybe 5 minutes and found an old rusted fence. Beyond it was a large drop, a quarry. That explained the name on the key tag. It was deep, wide, and dry. Just layers of rock walls, broken stones, and weeds growing from cracks. There was no gate in the fence, just the rusted posts and bent wire. Some parts of it had collapsed entirely. I looked down into the quarry and saw something strange. In the middle of the open pit, someone had set up what looked like a small pile of debris, like a few wooden planks, a tire, and maybe some metal scraps. I didn't think much of it. Probably trash someone dumped years ago. The air smelled a little metallic near the quarry, but it wasn't strong. I didn't stay long. I turned back and walked back to the cabin. That night, though, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't a noise or anything. It was just something about the place started feeling wrong. Like I wasn't alone even though I hadn't seen anyone. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was being paranoid. By the third day, things started getting strange. When I came back from gathering some dry wood behind the outhouse, I noticed the front door was open. I knew I had shut it. I was sure. I even remembered locking the little latch from the inside and leaving through the back. I thought maybe it popped open from the wind, but the wind hadn't been that strong. I checked inside. Nothing seemed moved, but I still had this tight feeling in my stomach. That night, I blocked the door with a chair and kept the flashlight close. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard faint movement outside, a crunch in the grass, a soft creak on the porch. But when I sat up and listened, everything was quiet again. No footsteps, no voices, just the trees moving in the wind. I got up early again and walked to the quarry. This time I saw something that made me stop cold. The pile of junk in the middle had been moved. It looked different. The tire was gone. The wooden planks were now stacked neatly, almost like a bench, and on top of it sat a single black boot. I hadn't seen that before. I stood there for a long time staring at it. I looked around, but the trees were too thick to see far. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anyone. Just that one boot sitting perfectly balanced on top of the wooden stack. I didn't go down into the quarry. I turned around and walked back, much faster than before. I started feeling like I was being watched, like someone was hiding nearby. Every time I turned, I thought I saw something just vanish into the trees. Every branch crack made my heart jump. I tried to write it off as just nerves, but by the fourth day, I knew I wasn't imagining it. I woke up that morning and went to wash my face at the pump outside. I bent down to splash water on my face, and when I looked up, I saw boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. Larger, heavier, and fresh. They came from the side of the cabin and stopped right behind me. I froze, my hands dripping. I looked around slowly. Nothing. The prints were clear, deep enough to be recent, and they weren't there the day before. I stood up and walked back to the cabin slowly. I locked the door behind me, blocked it again with the chair, sat there for an hour trying to think. I kept going over what I should do. I had no cell service. I could drive out, but the road was rough and slow. And whoever it was, if it was a person, could be anywhere in the trees watching me. I made up my mind. I packed my bag, put everything back into the car, and decided to leave. I got in and turned the key. The engine didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Turned over, then just clicked. My heart sank. I got out and opened the hood. I don't know much about cars, but I saw right away that something was off. The battery cable was cut, not chewed, not loose, cleanly sliced. Someone had done that. I backed away from the car. I stood there looking around in every direction. I didn't know where they were. I didn't know how long they'd been near me. I just knew that someone wanted me stuck here. I walked back inside and locked the door again. I stayed inside the rest of the day. Every noise outside made my body stiffen. I stopped lighting candles at night. I kept the flashlight off. I didn't want anyone knowing if I was awake or asleep. The next night, I heard someone try the front door. I didn't move. I held my breath and stared at the door from the bed. The knob turned slowly, then stopped. I heard one soft knock. Not a knock like asking to come in. A knock like testing the wood. I didn't sleep at all that night. The following morning, I checked around the cabin. There were more boot prints. They circled the cabin now. One set stopped at the window. Another stopped by the back. That was when I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I packed my bag again, this time just the essentials. Water, flashlight, food. I left the rest behind. I left the car and started walking. I knew it was about a 30-minute walk to the main road if I went fast. I didn't stay on the dirt road, though. I cut through the trees. I didn't want to risk being seen. Took me longer than I thought. The woods were thick, and I had to climb over fallen logs, push through brush. I kept hearing things behind me, crunching steps that stopped when I stopped. I turned so many times, but I saw nothing. Eventually, I reached the paved road. I came out near a ditch, scratched up, sweating, out of breath. I stood there hoping someone would drive by. I waited 20 minutes before I heard a truck coming. I stepped into the road and waved. It was early October when I decided to get away for a while. I'd been working from home for too long, barely leaving my apartment except for groceries or short walks. Everything started to feel the same. I wasn't sleeping right, and my head felt like it was constantly stuffed with static. My eyes hurt from looking at screens all day, and my phone never stopped buzzing. I needed a real break, not a weekend, a real one. So I booked a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, far from anything, even cell service. I found it on an old website for remote vacation rentals. Simple listing, no reviews, just a few pictures and a handwritten description that said things like quiet, solar power, and well water. That was all I needed to hear. The place was about a 5-hour drive from the city. I packed up my car with the basics: canned food, bottled water in case the well didn't work, a sleeping bag, first aid kit, flashlight, batteries, a couple of paperbacks, and some old notebooks. I wasn't planning to work. I just wanted to read, right? Maybe walk a bit and not hear anything mechanical for a week. That was the idea. The last hour of the drive was on dirt roads that cut through dense forests. The GPS stopped working halfway through that part, but I had written down the directions in a notebook just in case. It was cold that week, mid-40s during the day, 30s at night, and the leaves were already deep orange and red. I rolled down the windows a little even though it was chilly. The air smelled like pine and dried leaves, and that alone made me feel like I'd done the right thing. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked exactly like it had in the pictures. Small, square, with a metal roof and a little porch in the front. No neighbors in sight, just trees. I sat in the car for a few seconds with the engine off, listening. No cars, no hum of electricity, no voices, just wind and a few birds. For the first time in months, my chest felt like it had room to breathe. I unloaded the car slowly, trying to take it all in. The inside of the cabin was basic. A small bed with thick wool blankets, a wood-burning stove, a little table and chair, and a shelf with a few pots, pans, and matches. The solar battery powered a single light bulb overhead and a small outlet near the stove. The water came from a hand pump just outside. No bathroom, just an outhouse a few yards from the back. It was what I wanted, quiet, no frills. The first day passed peacefully. I made a simple dinner, wrote in a notebook by the window, and went to bed early. It got dark fast in the woods. By 7:30, it was pitch black outside, and the kind of dark that makes your eyes feel like they'll never adjust. I slept surprisingly well, the kind of sleep you get when there's no lights or sounds. The second day, I spent hiking through the woods around the cabin. There weren't marked trails, but it was easy enough to make my own. I kept my bearings by checking the position of the sun and remembering the bend in the stream behind the cabin. I saw some deer tracks, a few squirrels, maybe a fox in the distance. Nothing strange, just peaceful. That night, I stayed up a bit later reading, and just after I turned out the light, I thought I heard something outside, a crunch of leaves. I froze and held my breath. Then nothing. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. Still, I got up, lit the lantern, and peeked out the window. I didn't see anything. I stayed up another hour listening, but it stayed quiet. Eventually, I went back to bed. The third day was colder. I wore 2 layers even inside. I made a small fire in the stove, boiled some water, and sat on the porch with my notebook. It was quiet except for the wind. I didn't hear anything all day. No planes, no distant traffic, nothing. Around 4 p.m., I took another walk, this time heading farther west. I went about a mile, then turned around. On the way back, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. There were boot prints near the cabin. Not mine. These were bigger, wider, and went around the side of the building toward the woods. I followed them a little, maybe 30 feet, then they disappeared into the trees. At first I thought maybe a hunter had passed through, but there were no markers, no ATVs, no hunting stands or blinds nearby. It was private land. I felt exposed suddenly, vulnerable. I hadn't brought a gun, just a small utility knife. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe the prints had been there earlier and I hadn't noticed. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd walked all around the cabin earlier and they hadn't been there. That night I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside felt sharp. Around midnight I heard something again. Footsteps this time. Slow, steady. I sat up in bed and held my breath. They stopped near the front porch. I stayed completely still. My heart was pounding. I didn't move for 20 minutes. Then I heard them again, walking away, back into the trees. I stayed up the rest of the night. In the morning, I went outside and saw new footprints leading to the porch and back again. They were the same size as the ones I'd seen before. I couldn't tell how long they stayed. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was damaged. But someone had been right outside my door. I thought about leaving, but the idea of packing up and driving out through the woods alone didn't sit right. What if they were still out there watching? I decided to stay one more night. I kept the lights off, sat in the dark with the knife close. Nothing happened that night. No footsteps, no sounds, just silence. I started to convince myself I'd imagined it. On the 5th day, I hiked farther south, trying to clear my head. I followed a ridge for a while and found an old logging road, long overgrown. That's when I saw it. A small tarp-covered shelter tucked back under the trees. It looked like someone had been camping there. Not recently. The fire pit was cold, and the tarp was starting to sag. But there were food wrappers, empty cans, a torn sleeping bag, and something that made my stomach twist. A small notebook full of messy handwriting. I flipped through it. Most of it didn't make sense. Scribbled words, angry lines, weird sketches of faces and trees. But a few pages stood out. One read, "He watches from the trees. Don't let him follow you." Another one, "The cabin isn't empty. He waits until dark." My hands went cold. I looked around but didn't see anything. I stuffed the notebook in my jacket and hurried back, this time checking over my shoulder the whole way. I made it back to the cabin just as the sun dipped below the hills. I locked the door, pulled the curtain, and built a fire. That night, I heard the footsteps again. Louder, closer. This time, they went around the cabin. Slowly, deliberately, I stayed crouched near the stove, heart thudding. I could hear breathing outside. Slow, nasal breathing. Then silence. I waited hours before moving. When I finally dared to peek outside through a gap in the curtain, I saw nothing but darkness. No lights, no figures, but I knew someone had been out there. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I made a decision. I packed up quickly. I didn't care how early it was. I loaded everything into the car, started the engine, and backed out fast. As I turned to head down the trail, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and I swear I saw someone standing at the edge of the trees behind the cabin. Just barely. Tall. Still. Watching. I didn't stop until I reached the main road 2 hours later. Once I had a signal again, I called the number on the rental site, but it went to voicemail. I never got a reply. I emailed them twice. Nothing. Later, I reported what I found to the county sheriff's office. I told them about the shelter, the notebook, the strange man. They said they'd send someone out. I never heard back. Maybe they didn't take it seriously. Maybe they didn't find anything. Weeks passed. I tried to forget it, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear footsteps outside. I live in the city again, back in my apartment. I lock my door twice. I keep a flashlight and knife next to my bed. I've never gone back to the woods. I don't think I ever will. But the worst part is, I still have the notebook. I keep it in a drawer. I don't know why I haven't thrown it away. Maybe I'm afraid to. On the last page, someone wrote just 4 words in shaky letters. He doesn't go away. I needed to get away from everything. It wasn't some sudden dramatic thing, just the result of too many days piled on top of each other with no space in between. I work as a mechanic in a small shop in a dusty corner of Wyoming, and after 14 years of busted transmissions, customer complaints, and long cold winters, I just wanted a break. Not to go anywhere exotic, not to sit on a beach somewhere. I wanted to be completely alone for once. No phones, no traffic, no noise, just space, quiet, and maybe the sound of a river outside a window. A friend of mine who'd moved down to Colorado years ago told me about a cabin he'd used before, somewhere deep in Montana, on the edge of a frozen lake. It wasn't listed online or anything. It was one of those word-of-mouth places, owned by an old couple who'd stopped visiting after the husband got sick. The property was still being maintained, but it hadn't been rented out in years. He gave me the number of the guy who looked after it, and after a couple calls, I got the keys sent to me by mail. Took a long day's drive to get there. I left just before sunrise and didn't pull up to the gate until after the sun had gone down. The gate was simple, 2 posts and a rusted chain, and the gravel road leading in was rough. I drove a 2004 Toyota Tacoma, which handled it well, but I could tell the road hadn't been driven on in a while. The snow was packed down hard in places and untouched in others. No fresh tire tracks besides mine. The cabin itself was about 3 miles from the gate. The trees were thick and tall the whole way, pine and birch mostly, and the road twisted through them without any signs or markings. Every so often I'd pass a marker nailed to a tree, faded orange tape or some old reflectors, but they were easy to miss. I drove with my windows cracked slightly despite the cold, just to hear the crunch of the tires over the snow and the wind cutting through the woods. When I finally pulled into the clearing where the cabin stood, I killed the headlights and just sat for a second. My engine hummed and clicked as it cooled, and everything else was still. Completely still. Not even the branches moved. No birds, no animals, just snow and silence. The cabin was small but well built. It had a covered porch, a woodpile stacked to one side, and a metal chimney with a slight lean. I could see the outline of the lake just beyond the tree line, frozen solid and buried under snow. Inside, it was warmer than I expected. Someone had winterized the place well. The main room had a wood stove, a simple kitchen, and a table with 2 chairs. A narrow hallway led to a bathroom and a single bedroom. There were signs of life: old boots by the door, canned goods in the pantry, some dog-eared books on a shelf, but everything had a layer of dust. It had been a long time since anyone stayed here. I unpacked my things slowly. I only brought what I needed: some dried food, 2 changes of clothes, a sleeping bag, my knife, a flashlight, and a couple of books. No electronics besides my phone, which I left powered off. I lit a fire in the stove using the dry wood and kindling already inside. It caught quickly, and within minutes the warmth had spread across the small cabin. I sat on the floor for a while, back against the wall, just watching the flames. The first night was calm. I slept surprisingly well. The mattress was thin and creaked every time I moved, but I was so tired I didn't care. I woke up a couple times. Once because I thought I heard something brush against the wall outside, and another time because the fire had died down. But I didn't feel any fear, just normal wilderness sounds. Could have been a branch, a squirrel, or nothing at all. The next day I went exploring. I walked around the cabin first, getting familiar with the area. The snow was thick, up past my boots in places, and every step made that deep, crunching sound you only get in really cold places. The air felt heavy and dry, and even breathing made my chest feel tight. About 50 yards behind the cabin was a small shed. The door was swollen from moisture and hard to open, but inside were a few tools, a rusted axe, and some old camping gear. A fishing rod, a plastic tackle box, a tarp. I didn't touch anything. I didn't need it. I kept walking toward the lake. The snow was untouched all the way there. Not a single track. It looked like a wide open field of white until I got close enough to see the edge, where the trees stopped and the lake began. The ice was solid and clean. I tested it with a stick and it didn't even crack. I could have walked across it if I wanted to, but I didn't trust it that much. I stayed close to the edge. The woods were dense and seemed to press in tighter the farther I walked. After about an hour, I decided to head back, just following my own footprints. I wasn't used to navigating in snow, and I didn't want to get lost. I reached the cabin by late afternoon, made some food on the small stove, just beans and rice, and sat on the porch with my jacket zipped up and my gloves on. That night, things changed a little. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. Not to a sound or movement, just that strange, sharp feeling like something's wrong, like something's off. The fire was low, casting just enough light to make shadows flicker along the walls. I sat up and listened. It was quiet, still. I got out of bed slowly and put on my boots. I wasn't sure why. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but something was telling me to be ready. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and walked to the front window. The porch was empty. The trees were still. The snow in the clearing was untouched. I turned on the flashlight and swept it across the clearing. Nothing. I checked the back window too. Still nothing. I stood there for a few minutes trying to shake off the feeling. Eventually, I went back to bed. The next morning, I found something strange. Just at the edge of the porch steps, half covered by fresh snow, was a single boot print. Not mine. Bigger. Heavier. I stared at it for a long time. It was pointed toward the cabin. Right at it. The snow around it was undisturbed, like whoever made it took just one step and vanished. I walked around, checking for more, but there was nothing. No trail in, no trail out. I tried to come up with some explanation. Maybe it was old, and the wind had just uncovered it somehow. Maybe an animal had stepped weird and it only looked like a boot print. But it didn't look like an animal. It looked like someone had stood right there, watching. That whole day I couldn't shake the image. I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting to see someone step out. But nothing happened. That night, I locked the door. Not that it mattered. The locks were old. A hard push could probably break it open. I stacked a couple of chairs in front of it anyway, just in case. Sometime in the night, I woke up again. This time it was a sound. 3 short knocks. From the wall. Not the door. Not the window. The wall. I froze. My breathing got shallow. I didn't move. Another knock. Same spot. I got up, moved to the stove, and grabbed a piece of firewood. It was the only thing close to a weapon I had. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't want to make it easy for anyone outside to see me. I crept toward the wall where the sound had come from and pressed my ear to it. Nothing. Silence. Then I heard it again, this time on the opposite side. It was like someone was walking around the cabin, tapping gently, slowly, just checking. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the corner with the firewood in my lap and my back to the wall. I didn't move until the sky started to lighten. When I finally stepped outside, there were no tracks, no signs of anyone, just smooth snow and tall trees. But I noticed something else. The shed door was open. I know I hadn't opened it. I hadn't even touched it. I walked over slowly, cautiously. Inside, everything looked the same except the axe was gone. That was when I decided to leave. I packed my things fast, not bothering to fold anything. I grabbed my bag and threw it into the truck bed. I turned the key. Click. Nothing. I tried again. Click. The battery was dead. I opened the hood. Everything looked fine. No chewed wires, no loose connections. The battery wasn't new, but it wasn't dead the day before. There was no reason it shouldn't work. I stood there with the hood up, just breathing into the cold air and watching it fog in front of me. That was when I saw something move in the tree line. Far off, barely visible, but it moved. Not fast, just enough to let me know it was there. I closed the hood and backed up slowly. I couldn't stay, but I couldn't drive out either. So I made a plan. There was a ranger station about 5 miles west, according to the map in the cabin. I could hike there, maybe find help, maybe get a ride into town. I packed light, just some food, water, my flashlight, my knife. I left everything else. Locked the cabin, not that it would do much. I didn't look back. The woods were quiet. I stuck to the trail as best I could. The markers were faded, but they were there if you looked hard enough. Orange tape, little metal signs nailed to trees. About an hour in, I heard a noise behind me. Crunch. It started when I found an online listing for a small, isolated cabin deep in the mountains of northern Colorado. I had been working from home for over a year by then, burnt out from Zoom meetings, emails, deadlines, and endless phone calls. I needed a break, somewhere quiet, far from the city noise, where no one could reach me for a while. This place looked perfect. The photos showed a single-story wooden structure, tucked in dense forest, with a dirt path leading up to it and a small clearing behind it. There was a creek nearby, and the listing mentioned solar power, well water, and satellite internet. It sounded like heaven. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just that I'd be off-grid for a bit. I booked the place for a month. It was mid-September, perfect weather. Not too hot, not yet cold. I packed my car with everything I thought I'd need. Canned food, some dry snacks, a cooler with meats and vegetables, a couple of knives, a toolbox, a basic first aid kit, extra batteries, and warm clothes. I also brought my laptop, some books, and a journal. I figured I'd use the time to rest, read, maybe write something, and clear my head. The drive took nearly 10 hours. The last 2 were just winding gravel roads through forest. My phone lost service after I passed the last town. I followed the GPS as far as it would go, and then used screenshots of the directions the host sent me. I had to slow down a lot once the trail got rough. Trees pressed close on both sides, and every now and then I'd hit a deep rut or large rock. The road got narrower and finally opened into a small clearing. The cabin sat there like it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. It looked just like the photos, simple, weathered wood with a small front porch. The steps creaked under my boots. I unlocked the front door with the key from the lockbox and stepped inside. The air smelled old, like wood and dust, but not bad. The inside was clean enough. One main room with a couch, a wood stove, a table, and a small kitchen area. A narrow hallway led to a single bedroom and bathroom. There was no TV, just some shelves with old books and a few board games. A small box near the door said Wi-Fi router in Sharpie. I plugged it in and it worked, though slow. I tested the water, it came out cold but clear. The fridge and lights worked. All seemed good. I unpacked everything and settled in. That first night was peaceful. The woods outside were quiet except for the occasional wind or far-off animal noise. I sat on the porch with a cup of tea and watched the sky turn dark. No cars, no sirens, no people, just the creaking trees and the sound of bugs and birds. The first few days went well. I read, cooked simple meals, took long walks along the trails near the cabin, and spent evenings watching the fire crackle in the stove. I slept better than I had in months. The only strange thing I noticed at first was how fast the forest got dark. Even by late afternoon, shadows would stretch deep between the trees, and by 6 it was like night had arrived early. The trees here were thick and tall, and they seemed to block out more light than usual. But I didn't mind. I wanted solitude. It was on the 4th night that something started to feel off. I was sitting on the porch around sunset. The woods were quiet, maybe too quiet. No birds, no insects, just stillness. That alone wouldn't have bothered me, but I started to feel watched, like someone was out there behind the tree line just standing still. I scanned the forest for a long time, squinting into the shadows, but saw nothing. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I had been alone for days. A bit of anxiety was normal. I went inside and locked the door. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m., not to a noise, but to the feeling again. The feeling that someone was close. I lay still in bed, eyes open, heart pounding. I couldn't explain it. I didn't hear anything, but I was sure I wasn't alone. I stayed like that for maybe 30 minutes, straining my ears. Nothing. No footsteps, no knocks, no sounds at all. Finally, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I went outside and walked the perimeter of the cabin. The grass was a bit flattened near the sidewall, like someone had stood there recently. Could have been a deer. I told myself that over and over, but something about the way the grass was pressed down, it looked too neat, almost like a boot print. I bent down and looked closer. There wasn't a clear tread, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a person who had been there. I brushed it off and went hiking that afternoon. The trail was quiet, almost too quiet again. The air felt heavy, like before a storm. At one point, I thought I heard movement behind me, but when I turned, the forest was empty. I stood still for a long time, listening. Nothing. Still, I cut my hike short and went back to the cabin. That night, I made sure every window was locked. I pulled the shades tight and shoved a chair under the front door handle, just to feel better. Again, I woke up in the early hours, 3:17 a.m. I remember the clock exactly. This time I heard something, a faint, slow shuffling sound outside the bedroom window. I froze in bed, barely breathing. The sound was soft, but definitely footsteps. Someone was walking around the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even look toward the window. I just lay there, hoping it would stop. It did after maybe 5 minutes. I waited another hour before I even dared to sit up. I didn't have a weapon other than a kitchen knife. I held it in my hand and sat in the dark, staring at the door. When the sun finally rose, I walked outside again. This time I found footprints, clear ones, not boots but bare feet, adult-sized, long, dirty prints that circled the cabin. They led in and out of the trees, stopped at my window, walked across the porch, then disappeared back into the woods. My stomach turned. Someone had been out here, watching me, maybe every night. I took photos of the prints with my phone, though I had no signal. I thought about leaving, but I wasn't sure I'd even find my way back without GPS. And if someone was watching, they'd see me pack up. I figured I'd wait until morning when I had a full day to drive. That evening, I stayed inside with the curtains closed and the lights off. I sat near the stove, knife in my hand, barely breathing. Just after midnight, I heard something hit the side of the cabin. A light thud, then another. I turned off the stove and crept to the window, pulling the curtain just a crack. First, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed something hanging on the porch rail, a piece of cloth. I waited till daylight to go check. It was an old shirt, faded blue, torn down the side, with dark stains on it. It wasn't mine. It smelled like dirt and sweat. Someone had left it there, and I knew it wasn't random. They were letting me know they'd been close. Too close. That morning I packed. I shoved everything back into my bags, loaded the car, and backed out onto the trail. The forest felt even heavier now, like it was pressing in on me. I drove for hours, bouncing down the rutted path, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. But I didn't make it out that day. About 2 hours into the drive, I came around a bend and stopped. A tree had fallen across the path. Not a small one, huge. Thick trunk, dense branches. It looked fresh. Too fresh. The leaves were still green. I got out, walked up to it, and saw what I feared. Clean cuts along the base. It hadn't fallen. Someone had cut it and pushed it over. On purpose. To block me in. I turned back to the cabin. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. The sun was already sinking. The forest darkened fast. I got back just before full dark, locked the doors again, and stayed up all night with the lights off. I sat against the wall, facing the front door, knife in hand. That night I heard them again. Not just footsteps, breathing, close to the wall. A low, slow, wet-sounding breath, like someone right outside. I didn't sleep at all. When daylight came, I drove back down the trail and tried to go around the fallen tree through the woods. I got maybe half a mile before the brush got too thick. I tried going on foot. After an hour of hiking, I came to another clearing and saw more signs. Bits of clothing tied to trees, a rusted bucket, old food cans. I realized someone was living out here, or had been. I turned back, stomach churning. Over the next 2 days, I tried different paths. One was blocked with rocks. Another just ended in forest. I was being boxed in. On the third day, the satellite Wi-Fi stopped working. No signal. Nothing. I was cut off. By the 5th day, my food was almost gone. I started rationing, eating just one small meal a day. I stayed inside as much as possible, but every night the noises got closer. Tapping on the walls, footsteps on the porch. Once, a loud thump like someone throwing something at the door. On the 6th night, I woke to the sound of the back window sliding open. I grabbed my knife and crept into the hallway. Nothing. I checked every room. Empty. But I found muddy prints on the floor. I had been needing a break for a long time. I'd been working overtime for almost a year straight, with barely any weekends off. Most of my time was spent at a desk in a rented apartment in the middle of the city. Everything around me was too loud. The traffic, the neighbors, the police sirens, even the hum of my refrigerator. I felt like I couldn't breathe anymore. So when my cousin told me about a cabin deep in the woods, I agreed without thinking much. He said it was isolated, about 2 hours from the nearest gas station. It had no internet, no cell service, no neighbors, just a wooden cabin, a lake, a gravel road, and a lot of trees. That was exactly what I wanted. Quiet. No phones. No people. Just quiet. He had used it for hunting the year before and said he hadn't seen another human in days. I took a week off work and packed up enough food, water, clothes, and supplies for a week. I didn't want to rely on going into town. I brought a solar lantern, a power bank, a thick sleeping bag, and 2 knives, just in case. I filled up my car's tank, printed out a map in case GPS failed, and left before sunrise on a Monday morning. I drove for 4 hours through mostly open highways, then turned off onto smaller roads, and finally onto a gravel path that barely looked like a road anymore. The last half hour was rough. Potholes, mud, tree branches hanging low over the windshield. But eventually I reached it, the cabin. It wasn't much. Just 1 floor, wood walls, a tin roof, and 1 small porch in front. There was a little clearing around it, maybe 30 feet in all directions, but beyond that, nothing but trees. It was thick pine forest, the kind where the light barely made it to the ground. Behind the cabin was a small slope that led down to a still, dark lake. It looked like glass. The air smelled of pine needles, damp earth, and water. No noise, not even wind, just dead silence. I felt something loosen in my chest. It felt like the first deep breath I'd taken in months. The first day passed peacefully. I unpacked, checked the inside of the cabin, made a fire in the stone fireplace, and cooked some canned soup. There were a few cobwebs, some dust, but nothing bad. No signs of animals inside. The windows were old but closed tight. The front door had 2 locks, both working. I set up my sleeping bag on the small couch and kept a knife nearby, just out of habit. I sat on the porch that night, staring at the trees as the sun dropped. I didn't see a single light in the distance. No planes, no cars, just dark. And it stayed dark. By the second day, I'd fully settled in. I went for a walk in the morning, followed a narrow trail that wound around the lake and up a ridge. The forest was deep and quiet. No birds, no bugs, just stillness. The trail had old footprints, probably my cousins from the year before, but they were faint and worn. I carried my backpack with some water and a snack, and I marked a few trees with orange tape so I wouldn't lose my way. It was peaceful. I spent most of that afternoon reading, sitting near the window with a small breeze coming in. Around 5:30, I noticed something odd. A small stack of rocks. Just 5 or 6 smooth stones, piled carefully, right at the edge of the clearing. I didn't remember seeing it before. It was about knee-high and it looked too neat to be natural. I thought maybe my cousin built it as a marker. I left it alone. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. needing to pee. I went outside with a flashlight and walked around the side of the cabin. The beam from the flashlight lit up the trees, showing long shadows and thick branches. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but as I was finishing up, I felt something strange, like I was being watched. The feeling was sudden and heavy, like eyes on my back. I turned the flashlight around slowly. The light swept over tree trunks, brush, and blackness between the branches. Nothing. I waited. Still nothing. I went back inside and locked the door again. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It was the first time in years I'd been that far from people. By the 3rd day, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. The trees seemed closer. The silence felt heavier. Even the lake didn't look the same. It was still, yes, but the water was darker, less reflective. I noticed that the stack of rocks had changed. It was now taller, 7 or 8 stones, and it had been moved slightly to the left. I was sure of it. The base rock was different. I walked over to it and studied it for a while. I even took a photo with my phone. No signal, but I figured I'd compare later. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things. Not loud sounds, just tiny noises, like twigs snapping, or footsteps in the leaves. Slow ones. Sometimes it was like someone was dragging something over the ground. But every time I looked outside, there was nothing. Just the trees. Just the dark. On the 4th day, I didn't leave the cabin. I stayed close, cooked a bit, read, and spent most of the time glancing out the window. I felt more anxious, more on edge. Around midday, I walked around the cabin and noticed something new. Footprints. Bare feet. In the mud. Human footprints. Full-sized. They were about 15 feet from the back door, near the edge of the trees. They looked fresh. The mud was still wet. I followed them a few feet, but they just stopped. No trail, no return prints. Just a dozen or so steps leading in, then nothing. That night, I kept all the lights off. I sat in the dark, peeking through the curtains. I kept the knife close. At around 3 a.m., I saw movement. A figure, just outside the clearing. Not close, but close enough to make out the shape. Tall, standing between 2 trees. Motionless. I stared for nearly 5 minutes, not blinking. It never moved, never walked forward, never stepped back. I turned away for 1 second to grab the flashlight. When I looked again, it was gone. The 5th day was the worst. In the morning, I found the front porch had been disturbed. Dirt and pine needles had been scattered everywhere. Something or someone had walked back and forth across it during the night. I saw more bare footprints. One looked like a handprint, not animal, human, couldn't eat. I felt like throwing up. I thought about leaving, but I couldn't bring myself to walk through the forest alone. I stayed inside, locked the windows, and sat in the corner with both knives. Around noon, I heard something on the roof. Footsteps. Slow, heavy ones. Just a few. I froze. They stopped after a while, and I didn't hear anything else. I waited another hour before quietly stepping outside. Nothing on the ground. But when I backed up and looked at the roof, I saw scratch marks. Like someone had dragged their fingernails across the tin. Deep ones. That night, I heard breathing. Right outside the cabin. Slow, raspy breathing. It moved from one window to the next, pausing for minutes at a time. I didn't dare move. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would give me away. At one point, the breathing stopped, and I heard what sounded like the faintest whisper. Not words, just the shape of a sound. A long exhale, like someone standing just outside the glass, leaning in. Then it was gone. The 6th day, I tried to leave. I packed everything by noon and stepped outside. But when I got to the edge of the clearing, I stopped. Something was wrong. The trail was gone. The markers I'd made, the orange tape, were missing. Not broken, not torn, just gone. I tried to walk in the direction I thought was correct, but the trees started to feel wrong. The shadows were too thick, the brush too dense. It felt like I was being funneled, like the trees were closing in. I turned around and went back to the cabin. That night, I saw the man again. Same place, at the edge of the clearing. This time he was closer. I could see his outline better. He was thin, naked. His arms hung low, his head tilted slightly. He didn't move, not even when I pointed the flashlight straight at him. The beam barely reached that far. I stood there frozen, watching. Minutes passed. He never moved. I finally backed into the cabin and shut the door. I didn't sleep. I waited for daylight. When it finally came, I made a plan. I packed everything again, grabbed the map, the compass, and left. I didn't care if I got lost. I just kept walking. I followed the sun, used the slope of the land, and pushed through the trees for hours. Branches tore my arms. Thorns cut my legs. But I kept going. I finally reached the gravel road around 3 p.m. I don't even know how I found it. I don't remember parts of the hike. I ran the last mile to my car and drove without stopping. I didn't care if the tires popped or the car overheated. I just needed to get away. I stayed at a motel that night, far from the woods. I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and kept the light on all night. I didn't sleep. I just sat there. When I got home, I went over the photos on my phone. Most were normal. Trees, the lake, the inside of the cabin. Then I never really liked big crowds. I guess that's one reason I booked the cabin in the first place. I had just quit my job after working there for almost 6 years. It had drained everything out of me. Long hours, no appreciation, just stress and bills. So I decided to take a week off and go somewhere far. Not a beach, not a resort. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere away from cities and phones and people. Somewhere I could just breathe. I started looking around online and found this old listing for a small cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It wasn't on any main vacation rental site, just this simple local listing board. No reviews, just a few photos and a short description that said, "Off-grid cabin on private land. No running water. With stove. Great for solitude." That was enough for me. I emailed the owner, wired the payment, and a few days later I had the address and instructions on how to get there. The drive from Chicago was long and tiring. Over 10 hours, most of it on the highway, but the last stretch was all winding forest roads. No cell service, no gas stations, just trees, endless trees. I got there late in the afternoon, just as the sky was starting to turn orange. I found the turnoff from the gravel road, followed the narrow dirt path for another mile or so, and finally saw the cabin through the trees. It was smaller than I expected, a single-story structure made of dark wood. It looked old but solid. The roof was metal, slightly rusted around the edges. There was a stone chimney on one side and a small front porch with a single wooden chair. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional call of a bird I didn't recognize. There was no key. The door just had a latch. Inside, it was plain and cold. One room, a bed, a table, a wood stove, and a few shelves. There was a lantern, a metal water jug, a few pots and pans, and some canned food that looked like it had been there for a while. I brought most of my own supplies: dried food, bottled water, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, and a few books. I had a small solar battery pack for charging my phone, but there wasn't going to be any service out here. The first night was fine. I made a small fire in the wood stove using the pile of logs outside and settled in. I read a bit and then lay in bed listening to the wind outside. Felt peaceful. The kind of peace you can't get when you live in a city. No car horns, no neighbors, just silence. But by the second day, I started to feel uneasy. It was little things at first. The feeling that I was being watched. You know when you just feel it? Like someone's behind you even when you know no one is? I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just my brain adjusting to the quiet. Too much time alone can mess with your head. That's what I figured. I spent most of the day walking through the woods around the cabin. I found a small stream about 15 minutes away and filled up my filter bottle. There were deer tracks, some squirrels, and birds. Nothing threatening. I didn't see any signs of bears or anything large. But still, that feeling didn't leave me. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing something outside. Not constant sounds, just every now and then, a crunch, a snap, like something stepping on dry sticks. I got up and looked through the window, but it was pitch black outside. No moon, just trees and darkness. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or something. I stayed in bed, holding my flashlight, and eventually fell asleep. On the third day, I hiked a bit further, thinking maybe some movement and exercise would shake the weird feeling off. I found an old logging trail about a mile from the cabin. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Trees had grown over parts of it, and it was barely visible in some places. Still, I followed it for a bit. I didn't see anything unusual, but when I turned around and headed back, I swear I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped walking. So did the footsteps. I stood there for a full minute, heart racing. I turned around slowly. Nothing, just trees. I scanned everything, waiting to catch movement, but there was nothing. I walked faster after that. I didn't run, but I didn't waste any time getting back to the cabin. I didn't even eat dinner that night. I just drank some water, locked the door even though there was no point since it was just a latch, and got into bed. That night, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were closer. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I heard them. Slow, careful steps on the porch. Just one or two. Then silence. Then the creak of the wooden boards as weight shifted. I held my breath. I didn't move. I didn't even want to reach for my flashlight in case whoever or whatever was out there saw the light through the cracks. I waited. I don't know how long. Could have been minutes. Could have been an hour. But eventually, I must have dozed off, because I woke up and it was morning. There were muddy footprints on the porch. They weren't boot prints. They looked like bare feet, human feet, but something was off. The toes were too long, or maybe the angle was weird. I don't know. I didn't study them too long. I just stared, frozen, trying to think of a logical reason. Maybe someone was camping nearby. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe some weird local messing with people. But how would they know I was here? This place wasn't on the main map. I'd followed a private path. There were no other cabins nearby. No signs of other people at all. I hadn't seen a single car or person in over 2 days. That's when I decided to leave. I started packing my stuff, but halfway through I realized my car keys weren't in my bag. I checked the table, the bed, the shelves. I tore the whole place apart. They were gone. I remembered I'd left them on the table the night before. I always put them there. I checked under the bed. I checked outside on the porch. Nothing. That's when I noticed the chair. It had been moved, just a few feet. It had been facing the woods. Now it was facing the door. I didn't sit down. I didn't panic. I just backed up slowly into the cabin, closed the door, and latched it. I waited all day, barely breathing. I sat in the far corner, holding my flashlight like a weapon, watching the door. Nothing happened. When it started getting dark, I lit the lantern. I figured maybe I could make a run for it in the morning, even if I had to walk miles to find help. I still had enough food and water for another day or two. I just had to make it through one more night. That night was the worst. It started with the footsteps again. Same as before. Slow, careful. But this time they didn't stop at the porch. They circled the cabin. I could hear them on the dead leaves outside. Crunch, pause, crunch. Then silence. Then a tap on the wall. Not hard, just a light knock, like someone testing the wood. Then another knock on the opposite side. Then again near the window. I turned off the lantern. I sat in the dark, listening. Then came the scraping. It started on the back wall. like someone dragging a stick or maybe a nail across the wood. Long, slow scratches. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My hands were shaking. Then it stopped. For a long time, nothing happened. Maybe an hour, maybe longer. I didn't dare move. I just sat there in the dark. Then the door creaked. Just a little. The latch was still on. I checked it again and again, but the door had moved. I could see the edge of it swinging slightly in the shadows. Something had pulled it, or pushed it, but the latch held. Then I heard breathing. On the other side, heavy, slow. That's when I finally lost it. I grabbed my flashlight, turned it on, and pointed it at the door. Nothing, but the breathing stopped. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun finally came up, I opened the door slowly and looked outside. The chair was gone. Not moved. Gone. The footprints were back. This time, more of them, circling the cabin. I didn't even pack. I just left. I followed the trail, walking fast, holding my flashlight like it would protect me. After about an hour, I got cell service again. I called the sheriff's office, told them someone was messing around near the cabin. They came and met me near the gravel road. 2 deputies. I led them back to the cabin. Everything was as I'd left it. No footprints, no signs of anyone. The chair was back on the porch, facing the woods again. They looked at me like I was imagining things. They asked if I was sure I wasn't sleepwalking or hallucinating. I told them no. I told them what I saw, what I heard. They said they'd checked the area, but they didn't seem too worried. I didn't care. I just wanted out. I got in my car and drove. All day. Back to the city. Back to traffic and noise and people. I never found out who or what was out there. I checked the listing later. It was gone. No trace of the owner. No contact info. Nothing. But I still think about it. The breathing, the footsteps, the door creaking, and I wonder what would have happened if the latch hadn't held. I had been behind on a big writing project for almost 6 months. My deadline was creeping closer and I wasn't even halfway done. Every day at home was full of distractions. Neighbors mowing their lawns, traffic outside, my phone constantly buzzing with emails. I thought maybe all I needed was a change of scenery, somewhere quiet, where I could lock myself away and just focus. So I booked a remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. It was cheap and came with no internet, which was a plus for me. I figured I'd spend a couple of weeks up there alone, off the grid, and finally finish the book I'd been dragging out for far too long. The drive took about 9 hours. I filled up my car with food, water, extra fuel, and everything I thought I'd need. The last 30 miles or so were nothing but narrow dirt roads. It felt like I was driving into the middle of nowhere, which I guess was the point. Trees on both sides of the road stretched high and thick, blotting out most of the light even though it was mid-morning. I passed no cars, no houses. My cell signal disappeared after the last town. When I finally arrived, the cabin was just how the listing described. A small, square building with dark red paint that was peeling in spots. There were no other buildings nearby, just trees stretching out in every direction. The only man-made thing I could see was the gravel road that had brought me there. The silence hit me right away. No cars, no humming from electric lines, not even birds chirping. Just stillness. Inside, the cabin was basic but decent. A small kitchen, a bedroom with a single bed, a small bathroom with a compost toilet, and a wood stove for heat. There was also a little desk facing a window that looked out into the trees. I brought my bags inside and unpacked the food into the small fridge that ran off propane. There was no microwave, no TV, no radio, just what I brought with me. The first couple of days were fine, peaceful even. I set a routine. I'd wake up early, make some instant coffee on the gas stove, sit at the desk and write for hours. I'd break around noon to make something simple to eat, then go back to work until it got too dark. The silence helped me concentrate. I wrote more in 2 days than I had in the last 3 weeks. At night, I'd light a couple of candles, eat a sandwich, read for a bit, then go to bed early. But after the third night, little things started to bother me. The first thing I noticed was the scratching sound. It was very faint, just outside the wall near the bed. I figured it was probably a squirrel or a raccoon. The cabin was old. Animals probably lived in the crawl space. But the sound didn't stop. It would come and go all through the night, like something small was moving just behind the walls. I tried to ignore it. Then, 2 days later, I found the back door cracked open one morning. Just slightly. I knew I had locked it the night before. I checked it twice, in fact, because the wind had picked up and I didn't want it blowing open. But there it was, barely open, like someone had pushed it and then stopped. I checked for animal tracks outside, but the ground was dry and there weren't any prints. Nothing inside looked touched, though, so I brushed it off. Maybe the lock was loose. That night, I dragged one of the heavy chairs in front of the back door, just in case. I didn't really feel scared, but I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. By day 7, things started to escalate. I went outside to collect some kindling from the trees nearby and saw that the trash bags I had left in a plastic bin were scattered all over. The bin's lid was ripped completely off. Some of the garbage was missing, not just torn, missing. I checked for teeth marks or claw marks, but there weren't any. Just the bin flipped over and bags torn open cleanly, like someone had used a knife. But again, no footprints, no animal droppings, no fur. I took the trash remains deep into the woods, away from the cabin, and buried them. I didn't want to attract bears or coyotes. The next night was when everything changed. It was close to midnight when I woke up suddenly. My ears were ringing, like the silence was too loud. The scratching had returned, but this time it wasn't near the bed. It was on the far wall near the kitchen. Then it moved slowly, along the wall toward the front door. My chest felt tight, like something heavy was sitting on me. I stayed in bed, frozen, listening. Then I heard the doorknob turn. Not jiggle, not rattle, turn. Slowly, carefully. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the fire poker from the fireplace. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. I stood there in the dark, breathing as quietly as I could, listening. The knob stopped moving. A full minute passed. Then another. Nothing. I finally flipped on the lights and ran to the front door. It was locked. I opened it and stepped onto the small porch. Nothing but trees. No footprints. No breeze. Just the heavy stillness pressing in on all sides. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I packed up some things and drove 30 miles into the nearest gas station, just to be around people. I bought some supplies I didn't need and asked the guy working there if anyone lived around the area near the cabin. He said no. Closest house was about 10 miles away, and even that one was abandoned last winter. I stayed at the gas station for a few hours before heading back. I told myself I was being paranoid, just sleep-deprived and anxious. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When I got back, everything in the cabin looked the same, except for one thing. One of the notebooks I had been writing in was missing from the desk. I searched everywhere, under the bed, behind the couch, even in the kitchen drawers. Nothing. It was just gone. I had 3 of them total. 2 were still there. The third, the one with the most pages filled, was gone. That night, I didn't write a word. I just sat at the desk staring out the window into the woods. I felt like something out there was staring back. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. Slow, heavy steps. Not an animal. Something or someone walking across it. I grabbed the flashlight and ran outside barefoot, looking up. Nothing. But the sound had stopped the moment I stepped out. Back inside, I locked the door and pushed both chairs in front of it. Then I sat in the corner of the room, facing the entrance, poker still in hand. Morning came and I hadn't slept a second. I made coffee with shaky hands and debated whether to leave early. But I didn't want to admit defeat. I told myself again that it was just stress and imagination. But by now, I wasn't writing at all. I just stayed awake and stared at the door or out the window. That afternoon, I finally made a decision. I'd leave in the morning. I packed everything except the food and a few clothes. I filled the gas can and loaded the back of the car. That night, I made sure every door and window was locked. I pushed the chairs against the front and back doors again. I even placed some empty cans near the entrance as a kind of noise trap. Around midnight, I heard the cans fall. Something was inside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The light from the moon cast long shadows across the wooden floor. I saw the door move very slightly, just a push like someone testing it. Then silence. I waited for what felt like an hour, barely blinking. Then, from the kitchen, I heard something else. A breath. Soft. Human. I snapped. I jumped up and yelled as loud as I could, swinging the fire poker wildly. I kicked over the lamp and ran to the kitchen. Nothing was there. No one. But the back door? It was open. Wide open. I ran outside, but the woods were quiet. Still, I screamed into the trees. Nothing answered. Nothing moved. I didn't sleep. I sat on the front porch until dawn, keys in my hand, staring at the tree line. The second the sun came up, I threw everything into the car and left. I didn't care that I hadn't finished my book. I didn't care about the deposit I'd lose. I drove the entire 9 hours home without stopping once. When I got back to my apartment, I locked every door and window and didn't leave for days. A week later, a package showed up at my door. No return address, no postage, just a plain cardboard envelope. Inside was my missing notebook. Every page had been torn out except one. On the last page, written in thick black marker, were 6 words. "You write well when you're scared." I hadn't taken a break from work in nearly 2 years. Between switching jobs, helping my mom through a rough surgery, and moving apartments twice, I hadn't had more than a few days to myself in a long time. So when my cousin Jason offered me his old hunting cabin in northern Idaho for a full week, I said yes right away. It was remote, far away from people, no internet, no neighbors, exactly what I needed. The cabin sat just outside the edge of Payette National Forest. Jason had built it with his dad back in the 90s, but he rarely went anymore. He warned me it was bare bones. With stove, no electricity, well water, and a composting toilet out back. That didn't bother me. I needed to be disconnected for a while. I packed up my Subaru, filled a cooler with food, brought a camp stove and gas, and hit the road. The drive from Boise took me almost 6 hours. The last 2 hours were on a winding dirt road that climbed higher into the forest. It was fall, early October, and the leaves had started to turn. There were long stretches where I didn't see a single other vehicle. The GPS stopped working halfway up, but Jason had given me detailed directions. I followed his notes, passing a bent metal sign at the edge of a clearing, and turned off the main forest road onto a narrower path. I drove that one for another 15 minutes until I saw the cabin. It was small, 1 room and a small lean-to shed on the side, with stacked high under a slanted awning, an old rusted grill sitting near the porch, and a metal chimney poking through the roof. The place looked worn but solid. It had survived Idaho winters for decades. I parked beside it, stretched my legs, and unloaded my things. Inside, the cabin was simple. Wood walls, dusty shelves, a cot with thick wool blankets, and a long table built into the wall under the window. The wood stove sat in the corner. A few lanterns hung on nails. There were mouse droppings in the corners, but that didn't surprise me. I swept, lit a candle, and got settled. My phone had no signal. I left it off and put it in a drawer. The first couple of days were peaceful. I read, I hiked, I kept a fire going when it got cold at night. In the morning, mist rolled over the trees like low fog, and the quiet out there was thick and deep. No traffic, no buzzing, no talking, just wind in the trees and birds in the distance. The air smelled clean, earthy, and sharp like pine. I didn't even see animals, no deer, no bears, just some squirrels and birds now and then. The only thing I noticed that felt a little off was a set of faint tire tracks near the edge of the clearing, half covered in leaves. They didn't match my own and seemed to come in from a different direction than the road I'd used. I figured maybe Jason or someone else had been up here in the weeks before. I let it go. I wasn't here to overthink things. By the 3rd night, I started locking the door even though the lock was just a slide bolt. Something about the darkness outside felt heavier than before. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The woods seemed louder. I kept hearing faint cracks and crunches, like branches snapping far off. I told myself it was wind or animals, but it set my nerves on edge. I stayed under the thick blankets, listening. In the morning, I walked the edge of the clearing and noticed boot prints near the shed. Big ones, deep enough that I could tell they weren't old. Maybe from the day before. I hadn't worn boots like that. I checked the shed. Nothing was missing. The woodpile was untouched. But the prints were there, and they hadn't been there when I arrived. I thought maybe Jason had come by briefly and didn't want to bother me. Still, I didn't love the idea of someone walking around out here without saying anything. That evening, I brought in more wood and stacked it inside, just in case. I ate cold soup from a can, too tired to heat anything up. The sun dipped fast behind the trees. I lit the lantern and closed the curtains even though no one could see in. At least, no one should have been able to. I went to bed early, but I woke up around 2 a.m. The fire had died out. The air inside was cold, and I could hear something outside. It wasn't close, not right outside the door, but it was movement. Not the kind animals make when they run. This was slower, heavier. I lay there, eyes open, holding my breath, waiting to hear it again. Came back. Crunch. Pause. Another crunch. Then nothing. I didn't move for over an hour. Eventually, I fell back asleep, but it was restless and light. In the morning, I saw more boot prints, this time circling the back of the cabin. Whoever it was hadn't come to the front, just walked around, and I hadn't imagined it. I started feeling paranoid. I kept looking out the window every few minutes. I thought about leaving, but part of me didn't want to overreact. Maybe it was a hunter, maybe someone who lived nearby. The nearest cabin was supposed to be almost 5 miles away, but I didn't know for sure. That afternoon, I hiked a half-mile up the ridge behind the cabin to see if I could get phone signal. No luck. I sat on a rock for a while, looking down at the trees. The sun came through the clouds in sharp beams. It was beautiful, but I felt watched. I kept turning around. I didn't see anyone. I walked back slowly, checking every tree line. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps again, closer this time. I sat up in bed and grabbed the small axe Jason had left by the woodpile. The fire was out, and the lantern was low, so I stayed still in the dark. The footsteps circled again, then stopped. Then I heard a faint knock. Not on the door, on the wall. One single knock, then another, lower, then another one behind the shed. I stayed frozen for at least 30 minutes. Then everything went quiet again. Just wind. At dawn, I stepped outside. The cold air bit my nose. There were more boot prints. Fresh. I followed them to the tree line. They vanished into the brush. Too many leaves to track far. But someone had definitely come through during the night. I made a decision right then. I was leaving in the morning. I packed up everything except my sleeping gear and stove. I loaded the car, but part of me wanted to stay just one more night to see if it happened again. To confirm I wasn't losing my mind. That was the mistake. Started raining that afternoon. A soft drizzle at first, then heavier. The forest got darker. Water dripped from the trees in steady taps. The roof of the cabin creaked. I brought the last of the wood inside, cooked a quick meal, and stayed near the stove. When it got dark, I shut the curtains tight and put the axe next to the cot. I sat up late waiting. The rain masked the outside noise. I couldn't tell if there was movement. I listened until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I woke to silence. No rain, just stillness. Then I heard something new. A sound like fabric rubbing against wood. I sat up. The front window curtain shifted slightly. Just a little, like it had been touched. I didn't move. My breath caught. Then came a faint scraping noise. Not a knock, not a branch, a scrape. I stood, walked softly to the wall, and grabbed the axe. My hands were shaking. I inched toward the window and peeked through the side of the curtain, barely lifting it. First, I saw nothing. Then I saw the edge of a coat. Someone was standing just outside the window, inches away, not moving, just standing there. I backed away fast, heart pounding. I didn't yell. I didn't turn on the lantern. I just stood there, frozen. Then I heard footsteps again, fast ones, moving around the cabin. Then the shed door creaked open, then shut. I grabbed my boots, slipped them on, and didn't even take my bag. I unlocked the bolt and threw the cabin door open. Cold air hit me like a slap. I ran to the car. The forest was completely silent except for my footsteps and breathing. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I turned the headlights on and the beams lit up the trees. Someone was standing in the clearing, not far off, facing the cabin. They didn't move. I hit the gas and turned the wheel hard, spinning the car around. The tires skidded on the wet dirt, and I peeled out onto the forest road. The car fishtailed, but I kept going. I didn't look back. I drove for almost an hour before I saw a main road. Another 30 minutes before I had signal. I pulled over and just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel. My whole body was shaking. I didn't call the cops right away. I didn't know what to say. I hadn't seen a face. I hadn't caught them doing anything. But someone had been out there for days, watching me, walking around the cabin, getting closer each night. When I got home, I told Jason everything. He went up with a friend the following weekend. They found nothing. No tracks. No sign anyone had been there. The shed was empty. The door still creaked. I never went back. To this day, I don't know who it was. A hunter? A squatter? Someone who thought I didn't belong there? Or something darker? Someone who waits. I had been working in the city for the past 7 years. Same job, same desk, same long hours, same sirens outside the window. Over time, the constant noise, the traffic, the fluorescent lights, and the daily routine all blended together and started to wear me down. I wasn't sleeping well. I was drinking too much coffee and eating takeout more than I should. My chest felt tight all the time. Not in a medical way, more like the tension that comes from being stretched too thin, too long. One Thursday morning in April, I woke up exhausted and angry for no reason. I brushed my teeth, looked at myself in the mirror, and I didn't even recognize the person staring back. That was the morning I decided to take time off and go somewhere quiet, somewhere far. I told my boss I was taking a couple weeks off no matter what. I wasn't asking. I just needed to be away. That same evening, I found a listing for a cabin in a remote mountain area in western Montana. It was old, simple, and surrounded by trees for miles in every direction. No neighbors, no cell reception, no internet, just a wood stove, a well for water, a battery-powered radio, and a generator for emergency power. Sounded perfect. I booked it right away and made plans to leave by Sunday. I packed light, just the basics. A couple changes of clothes, food that didn't need refrigeration, a first aid kit, a hunting knife I'd had for years, a few books, and a flashlight. I also packed my old hiking boots, even though I hadn't used them in ages. I figured I'd walk around and explore the forest while I was out there. I was excited, nervous but excited. The drive from the city took most of the day. The paved highway turned into smaller country roads, which turned into gravel roads, which then narrowed to a dirt trail winding up the side of a mountain. I had to go slow toward the end. There were potholes, loose rocks, and steep drop-offs with no guardrails. The sun was starting to go down by the time I reached the cabin. It looked just like the pictures online. A small wooden building with a slanted tin roof, a porch out front with a single rocking chair, and a chimney sticking out of the back. The siding was gray from years of sun and rain. A stack of chopped wood sat under a tarp next to the porch. There was a shed about 30 feet behind the cabin, half covered by trees. Everything else around was dense forest. I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and took a deep breath. The air was clean and sharp, with a cool bite that filled my lungs. There was no sound, not even wind, just dead quiet, the kind of quiet you don't realize you've been craving until you finally hear it. I stood there for a while, not moving. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small table with 2 wooden chairs, a counter with a sink and a hand pump, open shelves with some basic cookware, a cast iron wood stove in the corner, a narrow bed against one wall with thick blankets folded neatly on top. One oil lantern hung from a hook above the table. The only light came from the lantern and the fading daylight through the small window near the bed. I spent the first night getting settled. I stacked some firewood inside next to the stove and checked the water pump. It worked fine, though the water smelled a little like rust. Still safe enough to use. I lit the lantern, sat on the edge of the bed, and opened one of the books I'd brought. I didn't even notice how tired I was until the words started blurring together. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The cabin was cold, but the thick blankets kept the warmth in. The silence wrapped around me like a second layer of bedding. No sirens, no neighbors yelling, no phones buzzing. Just quiet. That kind of deep, total quiet that lets your mind finally breathe. The next few days passed slowly in the best way. I made simple meals, read, walked in the woods, and chopped some firewood. I kept a fire going most of the time. I kept track of time loosely by the sun. Not that it mattered. The forest around the cabin was thick with pine trees and brush. I saw deer tracks, some rabbits, and once spotted a fox watching me from a distance. Everything felt calm, but by the 5th day, something started to feel off. It was small at first. I noticed the sound of twigs snapping near the cabin late one night while I was lying in bed. I figured it was just an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon, but it didn't sound like one. The footsteps were slow, 2 at a time. Crunch, pause, crunch again, then nothing. It lasted about a minute, then went quiet. I didn't get up to check. I just stayed still, listening. Eventually, I drifted off again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for tracks, but didn't find anything. The ground was mostly pine needles and dry, and whatever had been walking hadn't left much of a mark. I shrugged it off, but then it happened again the next night. I was reading by lantern light, just about to blow it out and sleep, when I heard it again. Crunch, pause, crunch. This time it was closer, right outside. I turned off the lantern and sat in the dark, listening. Whatever it was, it moved around the porch, then stopped. I waited. No sound, no movement. Then the door creaked slightly, just a little. It didn't open, but it moved, like something had pushed on it. I got up slowly, picked up the knife from the table, and stood near the door, not breathing. I didn't want to make a sound. After a few minutes, I heard the steps again, moving away this time. I waited for a long time before I opened the door and stepped out. Nothing was there. No footprints, no animals, no signs of anything. I tried to tell myself it was just the wood shifting or wind or maybe a large animal being curious. But I'd lived near the woods before, and I knew how animals sounded. This didn't feel like that. I stayed close to the cabin all the next day. I didn't go on my usual walk. I kept the knife on me and watched the tree line from the porch. I started noticing other small things. A faint smell of cigarette smoke near the back of the shed, even though I didn't smoke. A spot of mud on the steps that hadn't been there before. The shed door was slightly ajar, and I was sure I had closed it earlier. That night, I brought the lantern and the knife to bed with me. I didn't light the lantern, just kept it nearby. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. They circled the cabin slowly, then stopped near the back wall. I waited, barely breathing. This time, I heard something scrape against the wall. It wasn't loud, just a soft, steady dragging sound, like someone running a stick or a nail slowly across the wood. Then it stopped. I waited almost an hour before I finally got up and looked through the window. I couldn't see anything, just the trees and darkness. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. On the back wall, there were 4 fresh scratch marks running diagonally across the wood. Long and thin, not deep enough to be from a bear or animal, and not random. They were too evenly spaced, like fingers. That's when I knew someone was out here. I tried to calm myself. I told myself it was maybe a hiker who'd gotten lost, or some old local messing with me, maybe a squatter. I told myself anything to avoid the worst thought, that someone had been watching me since I arrived. I didn't have cell service. The only way to contact anyone was by the old battery-powered radio that was supposed to be for emergencies. I hadn't used it before, but I tried turning it on now. Powered up, but all I got was static. I flipped through the channels slowly, but nothing came through. No voice, no signal. I kept the radio on all day just in case. That afternoon, I took the knife and walked to the shed. I hadn't gone inside since I arrived. It was empty except for some broken furniture and old tools. But near the back wall, I found something strange. A pile of cigarette butts. At least a dozen of them. Fresh, not old and dried. Someone had been standing here recently. There was also a torn page from a magazine, folded and stuck under a heavy brick, like someone had been reading and left it there. I picked it up. It was from a hunting magazine, dated only a couple years ago. Nothing special about the article, but the fact it was there told me someone had been using the shed, maybe watching me. I left the shed and locked the cabin door behind me when I went back inside. I pushed the table in front of the door and kept the knife under my pillow that night. I barely slept. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps again. This time slower, heavier, like someone was trying to be quiet but couldn't. They came up to the porch and stopped. Then the door handle moved. Not rattled, just turned slowly. It didn't open, but someone was trying to. I waited, heart pounding. Then I heard something that froze me. Breathing, right on the other side of the door. Not heavy breathing, just soft, calm, like someone standing inches from the wood, listening. I didn't move. I sat in bed, knife in my hand, barely blinking. After a while, the breathing stopped. The steps moved away. Then silence again. When the sun came up, I packed my things. It was mid-September when I finally decided to get away. I had been working nonstop for nearly 8 years without a real break. The last 3 years had been the worst, back-to-back deadlines, calls at all hours, meetings that bled into the night, and barely any time to think. I lived in a small apartment in the middle of the city, surrounded by noise, traffic, people shouting, car horns, and lights that never went out. I didn't realize how exhausted I really was until my hands started shaking just from holding a cup of coffee one morning. So I requested a week off. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't post about it. I didn't ask for suggestions. I just wanted somewhere far, quiet, and disconnected. I went online and found a listing for a cabin in the mountains, about 4 hours away. It was marketed as a solo wilderness retreat, built back in the 80s and barely updated since then. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, and spotty cell reception. It was exactly what I was looking for. I booked it for 9 nights and paid in full. The drive was long, quiet, and peaceful. Once I turned off the highway, it was another hour and a half through winding roads, thick forest on both sides. I passed maybe 3 or 4 cars the whole time. The pavement ended after a while, and the last stretch was a narrow dirt road with potholes, deep grooves, and blind turns. It was rough, but my car handled it okay. I drove slower just to be safe. When I reached the cabin, it was around 5 p.m. The sun had started to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The cabin sat alone in a small opening surrounded by tall pines and scattered rocks. It was a single-story structure, dark brown wood with a green tin roof that looked worn down by years of harsh weather. A tiny porch stretched across the front, with 2 chairs and a table that looked like they hadn't been touched in months. To the left, there was a rusted-out metal drum for burning trash, and to the right, a small woodshed that leaned just slightly to one side. The air was cool and crisp. I could hear nothing but the wind through the trees and the crunch of gravel under my boots. No cars, no voices, no city noise. It was perfect. Inside, the cabin was basic. A main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen, a table with 2 chairs, and a bedroom with a twin bed, dresser, and closet. There was a bathroom with a tiny shower and composting toilet. It smelled a little stale, but not in a bad way, just old wood, dust, and age. I opened a few windows to let in the mountain air and started unpacking. There was no lock on the front door, only a simple sliding bolt from the inside. That first night, I made a simple dinner with supplies I brought, canned soup and crackers, and ate on the porch in silence. It got dark fast. No light pollution meant the stars came out clear and bright. I sat there for over an hour just watching the sky, wrapped in a blanket, sipping tea. It was the first time in years I actually felt calm. The next few days were exactly what I needed. I spent my time reading, hiking nearby trails, sitting by the fire, and listening to birds. I didn't hear another human being. The only sounds were from nature: squirrels rustling leaves, the occasional distant woodpecker, and the breeze moving through the forest. I woke up early and slept deeply. I even started writing in a notebook again, something I hadn't done since college. It felt like I was finally starting to get back in touch with myself. But by the fourth night, something felt off. It started small, barely noticeable at first. I woke up around 3 a.m. for no reason. I wasn't cold. I wasn't dreaming. I just opened my eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. The woods outside were completely silent. No wind, no animals, not even the usual creaking of the cabin settling. It was the kind of silence that felt heavy, like the air was pressing down. I stayed still and listened for a long time. Eventually, I fell back asleep, but I remember thinking the silence didn't feel natural. The next morning, I chalked it up to being in a new place. But that day, when I went out for a walk, I noticed something that didn't make sense. On the trail leading up into the trees behind the cabin, I saw prints, boot prints, large ones. They weren't mine. I wore hiking shoes with a different tread pattern, and these were fresher than any I had left. They were heading toward the cabin, not away. I stood there for a while, staring at them, trying to make sense of it. Maybe a ranger? A hunter? But I hadn't seen a single person all week. No vehicles, no other trails nearby. Still, I tried to stay calm. It was public land. I didn't own the woods. That night, I closed the windows and bolted the door. I turned off the lights early and laid in bed listening again. Around midnight, I heard something out front. It was faint, a soft crunch, like gravel under a slow footstep. Then it stopped. I sat up and strained my ears, heart thumping in my chest. There was nothing after that, just silence again. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I walked the property carefully. I didn't see anything at first, but when I stepped off the porch and walked around the side of the cabin, I saw something that stopped me cold. Near the woodshed, the dirt had been disturbed. Someone had stood there recently. I could see faint boot prints, the same kind I'd seen on the trail. Whoever it was had stood there for a while, just standing, watching the cabin. I didn't know what to do. My phone had no service. I tried climbing a nearby hill to get a better signal, but still nothing. I considered leaving, but the road was rough and long. I told myself it might have been someone passing through, just a hiker. Maybe they didn't know someone was staying in the cabin. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fireplace going so there'd be some light, and I sat in the chair facing the door, wrapped in a blanket, clutching the hatchet I'd brought for firewood. Hours passed. Every now and then, I thought I heard something outside, branches snapping, light footsteps, but it was hard to tell what was real and what my brain was inventing. Just before dawn, I finally dozed off. When I woke, I saw something strange. A pile of small rocks stacked carefully on the porch rail. 5 of them balanced one on top of the other. I hadn't done that, and the wind couldn't have. It was too precise. That was it for me. I packed everything as fast as I could, tossed my gear into the car, left the keys inside the cabin, and drove down the dirt road without stopping. Every time I looked in the rearview mirror, I expected to see someone standing in the road behind me, but there was no one, just trees. I didn't calm down until I hit pavement again. I drove all the way home in silence. No music, no stops. I got back late and didn't unpack that night. I just showered and fell into bed. A week passed, then 2. Life started to feel normal again. The city noise didn't bother me as much. I buried the memory, told myself I had overreacted. But then I checked my mail. Among the usual junk and bills was an envelope with no return address. Inside was a single photo. It showed the cabin porch, taken from the woods, through the trees. It had been printed on glossy paper, no date stamp, nothing written on it. Just the photo. I stared at it for a long time, then I burned it. It started with a plan to disconnect for a while. I had taken some time off work after back-to-back deadlines and long hours that were starting to feel like a slow collapse. I wanted some silence, some real air, and no lights other than the sky. I didn't want to see emails or hear phones ringing. No meetings, no neighbors, no cars, just me and the woods. I found the cabin on a small website that offered off-grid rentals. It was about 3.5 hours from the city, deep in a forested area with rough gravel roads, limited reception, and just enough structure around it to call it a cabin. It didn't have a name, just a number, Cabin 12. I packed what I thought I'd need: dry food, canned goods, clothes for cold weather, a flashlight, 2 spare batteries, matches, a camping stove, water jugs, and a first aid kit. I also brought a journal, a folding knife, and a pair of binoculars for the sake of it. I left my laptop behind on purpose. The idea was to reset. That's what I told myself. The drive out there wasn't too bad. Once I passed the last gas station, there was about an hour and a half of driving on old winding roads. Trees grew thick on both sides, almost like they wanted to swallow the road back into the woods. The sun was dropping lower behind me, and by the time I saw the small wood sign that read Cabin 12 nailed to a tree, the sky had that last orange light spilling through the bare branches. I followed the dirt path another half-mile until the cabin came into view. It was smaller than I expected, but solid. Single floor, weather-worn wood. The door had one small window, and there were 2 others, one in the front and one on the side. It sat maybe 30 feet from a slope that dropped down into thicker woods. The tree lines surrounded it like a horseshoe. There was no fence, no sign of any other cabins nearby, no power lines, no sound of traffic, just the wind in the trees and the creaking of old wood when I stepped onto the porch. Inside, the place smelled like cedar and something old and faintly moldy. Not bad, just unused. The floor creaked under my boots. It had a small kitchen with a rusty stove and a counter, a wooden table, a bed with wool blankets, and a cast iron fireplace. There was a shelf with a few old paperbacks, and someone had left a couple of candles and a lantern on the table. A single axe leaned against the far wall beside a small pile of firewood. I dropped my bag and looked around, trying to get used to the quiet. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes just listening. The air inside was cold, but still. It took a while for my ears to stop ringing from the silence. I lit a candle, checked the drawers, unpacked a bit, and then sat on the porch as the last light disappeared behind the trees. I stared at the woods. I could hear small cracks and rustling noises from deeper in, but I told myself it was birds, squirrels, maybe a deer. I told myself that a lot the first 2 days. The first night was uneventful, cold, but uneventful. I built a small fire in the fireplace and read by candlelight until my eyes gave up. The bed creaked under me, and the blankets had that old, rough texture. I kept my knife under my pillow, not because I was scared, but just because it felt like the thing to do when you're sleeping somewhere unfamiliar and remote. By the second morning, I started to settle in. I boiled water for instant coffee and made oatmeal. I stepped outside to stretch and breathe the cold morning air. There was a frost on the grass and a fog hanging low near the slope. It looked like the woods had pulled a blanket over itself. I walked a little, not far, just around the clearing near the cabin. The soil was soft and covered in leaves and pine needles. I didn't see any clear trail. I didn't go far because I didn't want to get lost and I didn't have a GPS. I didn't even have service. By the 3rd day, I had started to write in my journal. Nothing special, just thoughts and descriptions of the forest. It was strange how quickly I got used to being disconnected. No phone, no internet, just me, the fire, and the woods. But on the 4th day, I saw something strange. Not threatening, not dangerous, just strange. I had been chopping wood late in the afternoon. I looked up, wiping sweat off my forehead, and I saw what looked like a person standing still at the far end of the tree line. I couldn't make out their face. They were too far and they weren't moving. They were just standing, watching. I stared back for maybe 10 seconds. Then I looked down to wipe my axe with a rag. When I looked back up, whoever it was had stepped behind a tree or walked away. I didn't hear anything. Not a footstep, not a branch snap, nothing. I stood there a while longer, staring into the woods. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Shadows in the trees, maybe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen someone. That night, I locked the door. There was no actual lock, just a wooden latch you could slide across. It wouldn't stop anyone who really wanted to get in. The next day, I didn't see anyone. I sat on the porch with my binoculars for most of the morning, scanning the tree line. I thought maybe there was a hiker or someone from another cabin just wandering too close. But I didn't see anything. No movement, no shapes, no noise. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something tapping. I sat up in bed, completely still. The fire had died down to glowing coals. The tapping came again. It was soft, like the tip of a fingernail tapping on glass. The window. I stayed frozen, barely breathing. I slowly turned my head toward the window near the bed, but I couldn't see anything. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything outside, and I didn't dare light a candle. The tapping stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I stayed under the covers with my knife in one hand, listening for anything else. The wind picked up around 4 a.m., and by sunrise, it had stopped completely. I told myself maybe a branch had been tapping the glass. But when I went outside, there were no branches long enough or close enough to reach the window. Nothing leaned against the cabin. No animal prints, just dead leaves. Still, I stayed. I should have left, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself I needed the time away. I had already paid for the full week, and I wasn't about to let shadows ruin it. The next day was quiet. I kept the axe nearby while I read. I didn't walk near the tree line. I didn't even go near the slope. That night, I heard the tapping again. Same window, same sound. This time it lasted longer. It was slow and deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I got up quietly, grabbed the lantern, and walked to the window. I didn't turn on the light. I just stood beside the window and waited. It stopped again. I finally lit the lantern and opened the door. The cold hit me instantly, and my breath fogged in front of me. I stepped onto the porch and raised the lantern toward the woods. Nothing, but something had changed. In the patch of dirt about 10 feet from the cabin, I saw footprints. Human footprints, barefoot. They were spaced close together like someone had been standing there for a long time. The toes were pressed deep into the soil. I followed the prints with the light. They led to the slope. Then they disappeared into the woods. I stood there for a long time. The cold settled into my arms and neck. I finally went back inside, locked the latch, and moved the table in front of the door. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I packed my bag. I had 2 days left, but I was done. I didn't even eat. I just filled my water bottles and kept the axe in my other hand. I started walking to where I parked my car near the main road. The walk was about a half mile through thick trees and that rough dirt path. I never made it to the car. When I reached the spot where I had left it, the car was gone. Not stolen, just not there. There were no tire marks, no broken glass, nothing. Just the empty patch of flattened grass where it had been. I stared at the empty space for a full minute. My chest went cold, and my mouth dried up. I walked in circles, thinking maybe I was in the wrong place, but I knew I wasn't. It was the same path, the same turn, the same tree with a red scar in the bark. The car was just gone. I walked back to the cabin. I didn't have any other option. There was no cell signal, no map, no compass, just trees. That night, I didn't light a fire. I stayed in the dark. I didn't want to draw attention. I didn't eat.
He barely drunk.
I stayed with my back to the wall and stared at the window. I heard footsteps, not animals, not wind. Footsteps, slow, dragging, circling the cabin. They stopped behind the wall where the fireplace was. Then nothing. In the morning, I stepped out and found something lying on the porch. My wallet. It had been in my backpack the entire time. Now it was just sitting there, closed neatly on the wood, like someone had placed it there to remind me they could get in any time. I didn't go back inside. I took my pack and started walking along the dirt road, hoping it would eventually lead to something. Another cabin, a ranger station, anything. I walked for hours. No signs, no houses, no people, nothing but trees.